Yeah.
About number 3. Is Oscar here?
About 3? Okay. Oh, she
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. We really appreciate your patience today. We're running about an hour and 10 minutes behind. As soon as we get our administrators seated, we'll be prepared to get started. Thank you for your patience.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to receive a motion for the mayor to execute the closed meeting affidavit.
All right. There's a call for a motion. There's a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Wayne Guilfoyle, seconded by Commissioner Don Clark. Colleagues, we're voting.
That motion carries with Mr. Johnson out.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Attorney Madden, are there any motions as a result of our executive session?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, there is one. We would like a motion to approve the settlement of all claims for Mary Johnson related to a August 11th, 2005 sewer backup for the property located at 3605 London Boulevard in the total amount of $64,350.96, which does cover all remediation costs as well and asbestos removal.
Thank you, Attorney Madden. There's a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Wayne
Second.
Guilfoyle, seconded by Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
That motion carries with Mr. Jordan Johnson out.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Commissioner Stacy Pulley, I see you in the queue. You're not in the queue. Attorney Madden, are there any additional motions as a result of our executive session?
No motions, but we do have an agenda with one matter we would ask for a motion from the clerk.
Thank you so much, Attorney Madden. Madam Clerk, can you put the addendum on the screen, please?
Yes, sir. I think you all have copies.
You have copies, it's actually front and back.
Right. We have a grant award to the Richmond County Sheriff's Office, project name Project Safe Neighborhoods, in the amount of $37,287. Grant number Z22-8-002.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. You want to read the second one? We want to go ahead and call for a vote on this
Well,
one.
we can do the second one. We can do them as companion.
You got it.
The second grant award is Z23-8001 in the amount of $13,699 for the Project Safe Neighborhoods.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, we're going to do these as companion items. Can I receive a motion to approve these two grants,
Add
please?
and approve.
Motion to approve.
First, we
sorry.
need a motion to add.
Add and approve.
All right.
these
So
to
you
the
can do
agenda.
it.
Call for a motion to add this addendum item to today's agenda. All right, I heard the motion by Commissioner Brandon Garrett. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Don Clark. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
It's unanimous.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now that this has been received, do we have to receive a motion to approve these?
Yes, sir.
All right, can I have a motion to approve these two grant funds? There's a motion by Mayor Pro Tempore Wayne Guilfoyle. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Francine Scott. Colleagues, we're voting.
It's unanimous.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Attorney Madden, Clerk, does that conclude our business today before I turn it over to the committee cycle?
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Mayor.
It
Yes, sir.
does, all right. Before I do, I'm going to use a point of personal privilege in that the 10 best days of October are among us. If you're from this community, the Georgia-Carolina Fair starts on Friday, I think around 4 o'clock. Get your money ready, go get a corn dog, a turkey leg, Go down to the fair, take your family, take everybody, have a grand old time. It's here for 10 days. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Committee Chair for Public Services, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to make this quick. Thank you all for being patient and waiting today. We're going to make it quick in public services today. Madam Clerk, are there any addition or deletions to the agenda?
No, ma'am.
Okay, if my colleagues do not object, I'm going to consent items 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 10. Do I have a motion? Got a motion? Do I have a second?
Okay,
got-
Madam Chair, could you,
Oh, repeat them.
the motion? Who made the motion?
Commissioner Scott.
And who seconded that?
Second was by Commissioner Slindak.
Slender, thank you.
Okay. So voting. Madam Clerk, we'll start with item number 3, please.
Okay, let's announce this. It's unanimous.
Thank you.
Okay. Item number 3 is a request approval for procurement of new playground equipment, including installation and shipping for Riverwalk from Game Time through Omnia Cooperative Purchasing Contract.
Okay. I believe Mayor Pro Tem Guilfoyle had a question about this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I have the director for the rec department come up to the podium, please? How you doing, Ms. Williams?
Good afternoon. How you doing?
Good. As far as this procure for new playground equipment, it was totaled during the Hurricane Helene. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. So I know that we hired a company to find any kind of opportunities to find money. If it was damaged during Helene, we should be reimbursed from FEMA. Is this where the money's coming from?
Yes, this is coming out of the Helene account.
Excuse me?
This is coming out of from Hurricane Helene account.
Okay, thank you. That's all I need to know. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And do I have a motion to consent?
We need
Got
a
a-
motion since we
We
did.
got a motion from Commissioner
Ms.
Scott
Scott,
and a
okay.
second. Do I have a second? Got a second.
It's Slindak, okay. To approve.
Correct.
You voting now, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
It's unanimous.
Okay, that takes us to item number 9.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. I bring forth to you alcohol number 25-41. It's an existing location, new ownership, consumption on premise, liquor, beer, wine, and Sunday sales. Stephen Willie, applicant for Affinity Golf Partners LLC, located at 1500 Comfort Road, Augusta, Georgia 30909, District 3, Super District 10. Augusta Planning and Development and the Sheriff's Office recommends approval. Do we have any objectors?
None noted.
My name is Stephen Willie. My home address is 4205 Allister Park Drive in Cumming, Georgia, zip code 30040.
All right, do I have a motion? Do I have a second? Got a motion and a second, Mrs. Bonner.
Okay. You're voting now?
Yes, ma'am.
It's unanimous.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
That concludes public services. That was quick.
Administrative Services. All right.
I'd like to call Administrative Services to order. Ms. Bonner, are there any additions or deletions?
No, sir.
It has been asked that we move item number 6 to the next committee cycle.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Do you have a consent?
I'd like to,
Okay, we can add that to it?
yes.
Okay.
And I'd like to add 8 and 9 to the consent agenda.
Okay.
If there's any more from my committee members? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Second.
All right, have a motion from Ms. Lindak and a second from Mr. Lewis.
Okay. It's unanimous.
All right. I'd like to take item number 3 first, because these folks have real jobs that they would like to get back to, and we've kept them waiting for a long
Which
time.
number was that? I'm sorry, sir.
Number 3.
3. Item number 3 is a request from Augusta Tomorrow for adoption of the 2035 vision, a blueprint for action and growth.
You have 5 minutes. I'm picking.
Honestly, that'd be a little better. Where's the mouse? What am I doing wrong? Oh. Is this visible? Sorry, I gotta go now. There we go. Hi, my name is Lauren Dallas. I am the Executive Director of Augusta Tomorrow, and I reside at 1003 Meg Street in District 1. I am here to represent Augusta Tomorrow and its partners' plan for downtown, the 2035 Vision Blueprint for Action. And I have some helpers that would like to pass out the full version of the plan. Please keep your attention on him because he's much cuter than I am. You have all seen this executive summary, so I'm going to move it right along. These are very high demand, so please don't let it sit on a shelf. Put it on your coffee table. So a little background on this plan is in January of 2023, the Augusta Commission approved a financial contribution to this plan. And since then, we are being good stewards of that contribution. This has been a public and private partnership, and we are very proud of this plan that has been produced by Gell Consulting, which is out of New York, and San Francisco and Copenhagen. So what I really like about this plan for the future of downtown is that it really creates the aspect of a neighborhood. It focuses on the quality of life. So in starting that, Gell decided to come down a few times, meet with our stakeholder committee, and focus on this planning area, which does include North Augusta. What they did was they had a public life observations survey, and what I appreciated about their process is that they did not rely on pre-existing data. They took the observations of what was actually going on in our area and put that into these key insights. So some things that they noticed is that downtown is social but scheduled. People were often found in groups but with a specific purpose. We have very vibrant hubs, such as the Saturday market, but there wasn't the trickle-out effect of once they go to the market, where else do they go? And then there are not a lot of amenities for daily life. No grocery store, laundry, hardware store, childcare, pharmacy. And so they decided that these were kind of the key motivating points for what you're about to see in its entirety. The one thing that they did notice, I know parking is everyone's favorite topic, right? So what they noticed is that our parking isn't really balanced with our green space. There is shared energy but untapped potential. Street life is valued on both sides. Broad Street is our busiest park. That is where most activity was seen. The one thing that they did notice is that Augusta is ready for more. And this is our vision statement for this plan, which is the city of joyful exploration. Augusta has long been a city of destinations, but what if it became a city of discovery? So I have told all of you that this is the slide that I will pay attention to the most, as well as our board, because this indicates whether or not we're doing our job. Our energy is being succeeded. One of the measures of success that our board has really grasped onto is 8,000 new residents by 2035. So that's 800 residents per year. And that is based on a study that was done September 2024. So it does not take into account some of the new developments that have come online. But that's residents, not units. So don't get too anxious. There needs to be an increase in a 2 to 3 bedroom unit count, and that can't all be students. That needs to be some post-grads, families. We need to see more vibrancy downtown. I'm going to let you read through these at your leisure, but there are a lot of measures of success that we will need not only your help with, but the communities as well. So this is the good stuff. These are the big visions that Gail put together for Augusta, and that is the 5-minute downtown, the green ribbon, the rippled edge, and the canopy network. And I'm going to kind of go through these slides a little quicker because the projects are really the meat and bones of this. But the 5-minute downtown is not a new concept in urban planning, but it is one that we have not been able to implement yet. It is really the park once mentality and being within a 5-minute walk for all of the amenities that you might be seeking when you are living or enjoying downtown. The green ribbon is a concept that came out of the online survey, which residents said that one of their most cherished assets of our community is our trail systems, but it feels disconnected. You can't be on one and easily get to another section. So this is an effort to combine those trail systems into a 5-mile double loop on the North Augusta side as well as the Augusta side. The rippled edge is activating our riverfront, something that we have all agreed that we have such a wonderful asset in the river that we need to start utilizing it on a daily basis. The canopy network is an effort to address reforestation while also balancing it with the hardscape, so green space and hardscape. So all of these things are small steps toward big change. So we're back into the Common Plus, which is identified by the color change. You can see that they're categorized into colors. But the first project that Gail really felt that could amplify our energy downtown is the Common Plus. The Augusta Common is often seen as a special event venue, but what if we started utilizing it on a daily basis, having a vendor anchoring the space by an Airstream trailer with a coffee shop? What if we had movable and playful seating so that you can just sit and enjoy? Utilizing the old Belk building, kind of repurposing that and having opportunities for small business that may not be able to afford the large overhead of a building. And also a signature art piece that really marks the visualization of this great asset that we have. Jones Alley is a project that is somewhat funded already. There was a grant from the state of Georgia that was involved with the governor's office and a green space initiative. So this would provide connectivity from the Augusta Common, having it be very well lit while also increasing traffic to the parking deck. The Reynolds Street Diet is something that I'm sure you are all familiar with, but it is one we feel very strongly about. We have to find a way to slow down Reynolds so that we can connect toward the river. A lot of our thoroughfares are parallel to the city. We need to drive traffic to the river and start enjoying that asset. And this is a multi-phased process that is more detailed within the plan that you have in front of you. The undulating green is an effort to expand the Augusta Common. We've been talking about the Augusta Common for many years. There have been several versions of the Augusta Common expansion. This is another one, and we feel that this green is an easy way to get up to the levee while providing green space for our area and making the land on either side a little bit more valuable for commercial development. Now we're in the green ribbon, and this is the Woodland Trail. So this involves North Augusta. This connects the 5th Street Bridge with the Greenway, which is something that North Augusta is very much behind and I'm very excited to see. well, the great thing about this step in the process is it closes the first loop of that double loop in the 5 miles. And then also having cohesive branding and wayfinding, understanding where you are, branding these trail system as one so that when you're on the green ribbon, you know where you are, you know where to follow. And that will create visibility and an invitation to wander. Next, we're in the rippled edge. These are just activating the riverfront, having an extended way to enjoy the river. The bargelets, I think it's a new word, so enter it into your vocabulary now, but it is the concept of having floating platforms hosting cafes, shops, and cultural events. So having a new way without major infrastructure along the river, having it be actually on the water so that if there is a shop that you want to visit, it's easily accessed on the river with a wonderful view for everyday engagement. A water taxi, which was in the 2017 destination blueprint, but it's a great idea. The North Augusta government has built a new dock, and we have the numbers that they used for their dock, and we think that it could be very easily implemented on the Richmond County side. But it connects the 2 commercial spots of Augusta and North Augusta. They're kind of like this. They're not really connected. So a water taxi would provide a commercial, easy access from our commercial area to their business district. Next, we are on the tree canopy network. This is just taking care of our urban forest, ensuring that these trees that we put in, especially on Broad Street, are well taken care of, engaging Trees for Augusta, teaching people who live downtown how they can get involved in taking care of these trees, a city arborist. And then really everyone's favorite topic, which is a parking management plan. Our consultants felt very strongly that it is a high cost of free parking, and not having a management plan is really holding our city back. So this graphic you'll see, we have a lot of surface parking. Not all of that is public. A lot of that is vacant lots and privately owned parking. But the main thing that I want you to take away from this graphic is that only 3% of our surface area is green space. In thriving downtowns, you really want to see that number closer to 5 and 7%. So Augusta Tomorrow is committed to assisting with a parking management plan. I hope you will see us as a partner as you move to consider this, because I know it's budget season. We're all wondering where money is coming from. Parking could really help keep downtown in the great shape that we want it to be in post-TIA. So this is the timeline. Not everything happens at once, and it is definitely not a sprint. So you'll see, some things start before the other. The Common Plus has to happen before the undulating green, but we feel confident that this timeline is easily done in 10 years, if not started in 10 years. It is not an easy lift, but we feel like it is a very good plan for the future of Augusta. And that's about as fast as I can do it. So I would love to welcome questions if you have them.
All right, I see a few questions in the queue. Commissioner Pulliam.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much for your presentation. My question is, what's the timeline for something like this? Like, what would you forecast from start to finish? What would we be looking at?
Well, we're ready to start tomorrow.
Okay.
But this is a 10-year vision. And again, not everything happens at once. There are some things that are already in the works. Jones Alley is really already in, I assume it's in the engineering pipeline and in their workflow. So there are some things that are already being worked on in the private sector. So it started yesterday.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Okay, Commissioner Guilfoyle.
Thank you. Ms. Dallas, thank you for coming before us with this great presentation and actually giving some vision. You got to have a vision in order to succeed in any city, and we appreciate y'all taking your time, as well as all the other business people that was a part of this. My question is for Dr. Malik, because he's going to be, I'm hoping that he could be an asset to this vision. Is he here?
He's out of the country.
Okay, who do we have in his place? Nobody. All right, Madam Administrator then, do you mind if I ask her a question?
Go ahead.
Madam Administrator, about a month and a half ago, 2 months, when we had a discussion up here about speeding up the process for Broad Street, the director was talking about coming up with $13 million. We had $5 million in the account and $8 million coming here in the future. This is probably a question for him. Can we use some of that discretionary money for any of this to move forward? Since we already revitalizing downtown, can we utilize some of that?
I would say that some of the money could be utilized, Commissioner Gill, to coincide with what they're looking at doing, not necessarily for anything that they identify, but in some of the project itself, like the Jones Alley she's referring to, right. Those projects those funds could be utilized for those things. So I guess it's a yes and a no answer, right. Because yes, we can work together with them, and Dr. Malik Engineering could work with them to collaborate to make sure the things that they need to coincide with that project take place, but not necessarily give the funding to another entity to do those.
No, okay. That's what I need to know. I guess we're going to have to wait till Dr. Malik comes back just to pick his brains, but again, thank you.
I didn't hear a full no on that, so I'll take the yes.
Thank you.
Mayor Johnson.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Dallas, thank you so much for being here. Thank you to your board and your staff for putting this great presentation together and this great vision. You know, when I look back on the history of Augusta tomorrow, it dates back to 1982, and you presented this city in collaboration with a downtown vision back then. So here we are, many years later, and we have another one. So we're excited about your work. We look forward to working with you, and we appreciate your effort. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hey, Ms. Dallas and team, appreciate you all for this. You know, the interesting thing about it, Commissioner Scott and I were on a panel last week, and one of the questions that came up was, what are we doing to add more green space and more beautification? So this is right on time. I think this is really in line with what many of us are looking for with adding some very vibrant and usable spaces. I think we do have some clarity that we need to obtain for, you know, linking you all up with the right departments to where we're kind of, you know, collecting the efforts appropriately, but more importantly, and I think the dominant figure in that is finding the dollars and the source of that to kind of move forward, whether it's going to be a TIA thing or if it's something else that we could potentially apply for funds through or otherwise. But again, I think this gives us a great deal of momentum because we have a plan that we can build upon or act upon one way or the other. So I appreciate it greatly. And I think we do have some more conversations that we need to have. Mr. Chair, can I ask the administrator?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Madam Administrator, not trying to add anything else to your plate because we got a mountain of things coming up with the budget. But I think once we get through the budget cycle, probably want to see if we can get some collected discussions together of how we can kind of, you know, scheme this out.
Yes,
it's definitely going to take input from our departments. We have some projects going on right now, so let's see if there's parallels or if there's room to add in addition to as well. But of course, Dr. Malik and his team are going to have to greatly be a part of that.
Yes, sir.
All right. Commissioner Rice.
Thank you. I just want to thank you, Lauren, for what an excellent presentation. This is fabulous. And we met, a month ago, and I think that we definitely need to partner and adopt this vision. It seems like, to me, might be one of the best ways to go, and the vision for 2035, I'd love to see children that can appreciate this later on. It definitely would enhance the city and thrive, but we definitely need to sit down and work on getting this taken care of.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. And finally, Commissioner Scott.
Finally. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Dallas and committee, I would just like to say thank you. I've been in many meetings with you on this concept, and to see it come to fruition, thank you so much. Unfortunately, I'm not on the committee, but I would just like to say that it's something that I fully support. Also, I just want to make mention, I believe it's November 5th, the Housing Study Committee is going to meet, and I know on part of it, you talked about the housing growth, which we desperately need, and I'm not the chair or co-chair, but I would extend an invitation to maybe you come and see what we're talking about on that, and that's November 5th. Is it at 10 o'clock? The study committee?
Mr. Chairman, may I respond? Thank you. Thank you, sir. It's from 9 to 11 in the Beasley Room on November 5th.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. I know that you were asking for adoption of this plan. I believe Ms. Slindak may.
Yes, I would like to make a motion that we adopt this.
All right. Hearing a motion, do I hear a second?
I'll second.
All right. I heard a motion from Ms. Slindak and a second from everybody else.
It's unanimous.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Bonner, we will go to number 7. We have another presentation, so.
Okay. Item number 7 is to receive as information a presentation from the Augusta Richmond County Public Library on the system structure and operations.
All right, I see our director making his way up. Oh, more handouts, Ms. Bonner, or somebody?
Give it to him, hand it.
Afternoon, sir, how are you?
Doing well, sir. How are you doing?
Doing great. The floor is yours.
I'm waiting for the presentation to load.
Mr. Mitchell, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yes, sir. My name is Emmanuel Sinclair Mitchell. I'm the library director for the Augusta Richmond County Public Library.
Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, members of the commission and mayor. I wanted to take this time to provide some in-depth understanding of what the library is, how it operates, and its funding structure. But before going into that, we have to take a deep dive into the history of the Augusta Richmond County Public Library system. The purpose of history is so that we can review the past and not create those same hurdles. If you look, many are not aware that Augusta Richmond County is the 4th library system to be started in the United States in 1750, with the Chairman Nancy traveling from England here with 166 volumes, which landed not too far from where we are. As we move along in 1811, citizens of Augusta started to have discussions about having a subscription-based library system. It's kind of a men's club for libraries. The cost during that time averaged from $5 to $10. On January 27th of 1848, the Young Men's Library Association established a library collecting reading room with newspapers and subscriptions. And they didn't just start in Augusta, this was throughout the state of Georgia. Later on in the 1900s, during Andrew Carnegie's campaign on literacy, he met with the mayor of Augusta and the commission to donate $50,000 to build a new library. At that time, the mayor and the commission declined it because they could not afford the financial cost of $5,000 a year to keep the library afloat and going. In 1906, Augusta's library closed its doors. About 10 years later, the library reopened in a smaller capacity. Moving on to August 7th, 1944, the mayor and the commission voted and approved and designated the library as a county library system, qualifying it for sustainable and substantial supportive state funding. Now that the library was actually funded properly, it could actually be sustained and move forward. It took the name as Augusta Public Library. This one here was just an add-on for 1947. That was when the first bookmobile started in Augusta, and it went on until the late 90s. After that, it was inactive. In 2022, we reactivated the bookmobile to actually hit the library desert areas of Augusta, Richmond County. Okay. Legal status of the library. The library is classified as an independent government entity. We're not state, we're not local, we're kind of in between. And the reason for that is so that we could actually serve the public. We have no dive or sit-in or framework on any political spectrum. We just organize and disseminate information to everyone and provide the necessary things that they need to be successful by fostering literacy. Can I go back? There we go. All right. And building that relationship with the state as well as the county, our government structure forms this way. The board consists of 10 members representing the 8 districts and 2 super districts, as well as 2 state legislative appointments. So how it works is everyone that provides funding for the library has a buy-in. The person that provides the majority of the funding has the largest buy-in. The library board members are appointed by the Augusta-Richmond County Commission, as well as the Augusta County State Delegation for those 2 members. The library board members' duties are to create library policies, accountability, and they're accountable for library funding. They also hire a library director that handles the day-to-day operations and have the lovely opportunity of meeting such commission as I am here today. We work with strategic plan sessions throughout the year, and what we track is the changes in the demographics so that we can continue to provide the needed information and the needed resources to the community. Our county ties. As you know, Augusta-Richmond County Public Library System actually receives 83.19% of its budget from Augusta-Richmond County. We have a very close connection with the county. We work really hard to share resources and information so that all members of the county can move freely and have access to free information. Our state library. Many think that the library is a part of the state, in which we are not. Georgia Public Library Services is actually the compliance agency for the state. What the state does is each year legislation votes on what they're going to provide for libraries. Last year it was a little over $42 million that was divided among 60 library systems throughout the state. So that fund is actually grant fund. GPLS, their place within this of how it works is that GPLS makes sure that the libraries are in compliance and are following all the regulations. Also, these funds are supplemental funding and at no point should become the primary source for the library's operation. That comes directly from the maintenance of effort agreement between the county and GPLS. Our funding source. For the state, how they fund libraries the formula is truly based upon population. And I'm actually glad to see this because when I got here, Augusta-Richmond County roughly had 203,000 residents and we're at 208,951, so we're growing. Out of that, for every 75,000 residents, there is 1 state reimbursed position. All right, so we have a total of 3. 1 is guaranteed, that is the director's position. All right, then we actually receive assistant services grant. This is why we are not on the same internet system as the county, because we actually get funding that pays for that, which reduces the request from the county. For that, it takes care of our firewalls, our computers, our servers, and other technology that the library uses. For FY26, we will receive $59,519. Our materials budget is done 70 cents per capita, meaning for every resident in Augusta, Richmond County, the state gives their 70 cents. We currently, for FY26, materials budget is $146,266. That money goes directly to purchasing books for children, adults, and young adults. Also, it is for our database subscriptions, Ancestry.com, our Augusta Chronicles subscription, Galileo, Canopy, as well as Libby subscriptions. For the total for the year, the state provides through GPLS as a supplemental income or supplemental funding $577,312. This is our funding model, and I will explain it in deep detail. What we actually have is it lists what we get from each revenue. Our local funding, as you can see, is our largest amount. We get $202,888,000 per year from the county. The state provides an additional $577,312. We make, through fines, fees, and room rental, average about $70,000 a year. The part for where most aren't aware is the library actually applies for grants for major renovations and repairs and capital outlay. And how does that work? Well, right now we're slotted at $1.1 million for the Appleby Library as well as the roof for headquarters. We have $900,000 and then we have another $231,000. And how that works with Appleby is that is a 90% grant. So the county actually covers the initial cost and then that fund is returned back to the county up to $900,000. For the roof, what the state does is through our grants is if the roof is $400,000, the state will return to the county $231,000 of that money. So you're getting a great return on your investment with the library. Library employees in the state. Although libraries employees receive grant fundings for salaries and they participate in the state teachers retirement program as well as HSBC, which is the state health benefits program, they are not considered state employees, no form or fashion. They are hired and supervised and evaluated by the library director and are governed by the local personnel policy. We are members of the Augusta Richmond County 3PM. Those employees are employees of the county in which the library is located in. Our accountability, this is something that we really pride ourselves on as librarians. We are 100% accountable for every fund that is transmitted to us, and we provide reports on that. We have strong transparency. Along with that, all of our meetings, public meetings are posted. We post our board minutes on our website. You can see them going all the way back to 2017. Public program updates, our calendars and notifications are out there, as well as are producing an annual report that is given to the administrator each year. This annual report is a listing of what the money was spent on and what was the return. We make this annual report available to all citizens at each of our 6 locations. Accountability, we are at 97%. I'm shooting for 100%. We will get accountability once Appleby is fully renovated. We are approaching and dealing with some ADA compliances, but that is to be expected from a building that was built in 1834. All right, so from that, we adhere to strict financial rules for the state and local government. We conduct every year 1 audit with 2 fashions from an independent audit agency, and they look at how we spend local funds as well as state funds to make sure that we're in compliance with what we spend and not just wasting funds. Once that report is done, this is the audit time for us. It starts July 1 to August 31st. So this is our audit time. Once that audit is completed, a copy is turned into the finance director of Augusta Richmond County, and the other copy is turned into the state of Georgia. For the 3 years that I've been here, we've been in compliance and we've had 0 findings. Thank you. Are there any questions?
Actually, there are a few questions. Commissioner Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mitchell, thank you for your presentation that you brought before us. You stated on page 3 that you're an independent governmental entity. You're neither county nor state. Is that correct?
Yes, when it pertains to the library as an entity and not its staff.
Okay. And then on your last presentation, you was talking about the employees are Richmond County employees because y'all follow the same PPPM. But the employees doesn't partake in our health insurance or pension. Is that correct?
That is correct, and I'm glad you mentioned that.
Yeah.
Because the caveat to that is going some years back, the library did participate in the Richmond County pension plan as well as the healthcare plan. The library, being great stewards of our funding, saw that it was actually cheaper for the library to go on the state pension plan and the state teachers' retirement system so that the cost savings would be smaller. What happens with that is when you provide our funding source, if you look at our budget, in our budget, we have salary and benefits. So we reduce that amount by going to the state plan. Just like we're having challenges in the county now with health insurance, the library as well. All health insurance, it seems like across the country, haven't had an increase in 15 years. This also was brought up to the prior interim administrator and the finance director.
So that's pretty good when employees could either choose which insurance if they want to jump from county to state. That's pretty good. I don't think that's ever been done before from our county employees, but let me ask the attorney one thing. I know that in the past years that it was actually a tri-county library where Burke County and Columbia County participated in the funding. Is that correct?
Actually, partially. It was a regional library system, and regional library systems are state entities. We are a single county library system.
Okay, when did it become a regional state? When did the funding stop for the library and the Augusta Richmond County picked up the slack from the other one?
The funding never stopped. There was just a change in the way that it was actually funded. Regional libraries get a larger portion or a larger divide of the state legislation funding. The county still was paying their part as well as the other counties that were a part of the regional library system.
So Burke County has its own library, Columbia County has its own library. So you still receive funding from them two counties?
No, Burke and Columbia County are a part of a greater Clarks Hill, which will end or dissolve January 1, and they will lose all funding. That's $1 million.
Okay. My question for the attorney, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Is the library employees of Augusta Richmond County?
Again, without doing a lot of research on this, my initial reaction would be no, that they would be employees of the library system.
Right.
They report to the director of the library. They are disciplined. They're hired and fired by the library director and through their board. I would equate them to maybe employees like the Economic Development Authority or something along those lines. And I would say no, they're not employees of Richmond County.
Okay. Mr. Mitchell, how many employees do you currently have?
We currently have roughly about 62 employees.
How many?
62 employees, and about 40 of those are full-time. Also, Commissioner Guilfoyle, may I give a rebuttal to the attorney?
Mr. Mitchell, I don't think he could answer it unless he does a deeper dive into to determine, I believe. But I'm not the chairman of this committee, so you would have to ask Commissioner Brandon Garrett.
Commissioner Garrett, may I give a rebuttal to the attorney? Just for clarification.
Sure.
All right. So for clarification, again, we received a letter from the state librarian clarifying all of this. The library staff members are not state employees, and they are, yes, work for the library, but their funding source comes from Augusta Richmond County General Fund, which makes them Augusta Richmond County staff. We do answer to the 3 p.m. We just had some issues with employees, and it went through HR on to the attorney's office.
All right.
So we are following your procedures.
Can we have the administrator respond to you, sir?
Yeah, again, Mr.
Chairman.
Guilfoyle, again, apologize. I did not know we were going to be discussing this today, but there is a letter from the state library system, which I believe is the same letter he's referencing, which states that all library staff, regardless of the source of salary funding, are employees of the library system and are hired, supervised, and evaluated by the library system director, which is the opinion of Georgia, let's see, Julie Walker, the state librarian. Again, I'd be glad to discuss with them at another time, but that's just.
We're just getting clarity because I know that we're fixing to go through our budget session, and Mr. Mitchell wanted to make sure. How many different libraries do we have in Augusta, Richmond County, Mr. Mitchell?
We have 6 locations, and the 7th one classified by the state is the Bookmobile.
Okay. Do you ever take a poll on the activity, the usage, no different than we have done in our parks and recs?
Yes, we do every month. It's also in our board report, and the minutes for that are actually on our website.
Okay. And you do have some that's underutilized, all 6 facilities?
What I can tell you is our libraries are used more than the parks.
Wow. Shots fired.
If we want to go statistics.
That's not saying much, sir.
It's saying quite a bit from the library.
Well, all right. Well, I'm going to let there's other people in the queue. I'm going to let them speak. Thank you, Mr. Mitchell, for coming before us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I got a question for the administrator.
Good.
Madam Administrator, I know we have some deep sessions coming up here this week. I'm assuming this conversation is included in that, correct?
Well, that's why we asked Mr. Mitchell to come in to clarify some of the questions I know that the governing body has had in regards to where does the library actually lie, if it's a state entity or a county entity, and what we've determined based on legal looking at it, as well as the documentation we received from the state librarian. It's crazy. It truly is. And me and Mr. Mitchell have had conversations about it. And it doesn't, you would wonder, because we actually process their payroll for them. But as I understand it, because this is, of course, predates me, but as I understand it, we process it so that it will decrease the amount of money that we do supplement the library for. So it's not that there are employees. They do have employee ID numbers for the basis of utilizing our system to process their payroll. They are truly a separate entity, and the employees are the employees of the library because they actually answer to a whole separate board. So kind of like the Land Bank Authority, those
EDA
employees,
and
yes, that is the same establishment as that would be.
Okay. When we have the conversation on Thursday, can you all kind of bring some additional kind of clarification? Because, I mean, this is one of the things that's going to be considered in the budget talks. So whatever clarification we can add more specific clarity to, just bring that for the Thursday conversation.
Yes, sir. And this is why they have been identified. I know me and Mr. Mitchell discussed this as well for full transparency. This is why they're on the non-government organization, because they're not necessarily a department.
That clarifies it.
That
All right.
clarifies
so
why
NGO
you would see them.
list.
Yes, sir.
Correct. I got it. Okay. Well, I do want to say this, Director Mitchell. Literacy, I think all of us feel it is absolutely important and imperative for sure. I do think we need to make sure that we understand how the facilitation of dollars is going, and we have to be fiscally responsible, so this will be a part of the conversation that we have. But I appreciate the clarity that you brought, Mr. Mitchell. It was some things I learned out of it that I didn't know, so I appreciate the history lesson.
Thank you, and thanks to the commission for giving me the opportunity to present. Thank you.
All right, we'll accept this as information. No objections? No objections seen, Ms. Bonner. All right, Ms. Bonner, we're going to go top to bottom, and if there's somebody here that can speak towards the vehicle purchases, I would appreciate if they could come on up.
Who is this?
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Ms. Bonner, item 1.
Item number 1, motion to approve bid 25218 for the purchase of 2 2026 animal transport trucks at a cost of $144,290 from Atkins Ford for the Animal Services Department.
Thank you. I had a couple of questions in regards to these 2 purchases. Does this cost include the beds needed for transporting animals?
As far as I know, yes.
And are these replacing current trucks?
Yes.
And will those trucks be placed up for auction, or are they going to sit at the animal services facility?
No, these will be surplus.
Okay. And so currently, do we know how many surplus trucks animal control has?
We can get you that information.
Please do. I'll entertain a motion to this item.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, voting, Ms. Bonner. I think Commissioner Clark had to step out. I have 3. I did.
That's no action.
Okay.
Mr.
Because there's a ton of trucks out of animal control. All right, next item, Ms. Bonner.
Mr. Chairman, can I have a point of personal privilege, please?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to introduce Mr. Horace Green. He's our new Central Services Director. You didn't get an opportunity to say hello and to introduce yourself, but Madam Administrator, I felt appropriate for you to just to say hello and thank you for being here in the city of Augusta, and just wanted to thank you for the work that you started doing. Appreciate you, sir.
Thank you, Will.
Welcome to Augusta, and didn't mean to start off this way with you.
That's fine.
Next item, please.
Item number 2 is a motion to approve the purchase of 5 Dodge Durango Pursuits at a total cost of $266,552.70 from Atkins Dodge Ford for the Richmond County Marshal's Office.
All right. I had some questions in regards to this as well. I know that there's been conversations in regards to what the Marshal's Department will look like moving forward, as well as I know that you guys lost quite a few folks to the Sheriff's Office last year. How many open positions do you currently have?
We're less than 10.
Oh, wow. Well, that's good to see that you rebounded up.
That number, yes, sir.
Okay. Well, that's excellent. And I'm assuming all of these purchases are replacing old vehicles?
Old vehicles, yes, sir.
Any idea on the mileage or the year?
For sure, yes, sir. We had one vehicle that superseded the maintenance amount, so it needed some repairs that were greater than the retaining cost, so that was one of them. 125,000 miles is the point of replacement, and I've already got 7 cars over 125,000.
Okay. I will entertain a motion towards these.
Question.
Oh, Commissioner Guilfoyle, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me ask you a question. As far as these deputies driving their vehicles home,
Yes, sir.
what's the limit as far as outside of the Augusta area?
So the marshal allows for any county that has a roadway that touches Richmond County.
So if somebody lives in Washington, I don't think a road touches that on the other side of Thompson.
If the marshal has given an individual a specific exemption, then that is a possibility.
Because from my world, that's about a $2,200 a month benefit for somebody to drive their vehicles. They don't have to pay the insurance, the vehicle, the maintenance, fuel, et cetera, and no wear and tear on their personal vehicle. So you might want to, I would like to see what the, because I think the sheriff he has the conditions that it has to stay within so many miles of Augusta.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Sir, clerk has asked for your name, please.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm Jeff Brown, Lieutenant with the Marshal's Office.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Motion to approve.
Second.
These are 5 vehicles for the Marshal's Department. They're replacing vehicles that are in excess of 125,000 miles. Do you have a question?
Yeah, I got a question. Apologies for stepping out. So these are replacing cruisers, or are they replacing, help me understand.
Yes, sir. There's going to be a retrofit, so we're going to take some cars that we currently have in stock. They're going to go back out to our operations division. So it's going to replace some aging cars as well as put more cars into the operational fleet.
Yeah. And I think, so when I read this one, I kind of had some questions about this. And the types of vehicles, if someone can correct me if I'm wrong, I believe these are the same types of vehicles that the sheriff's office was requesting as well. They were like the SUV pursuit type vehicles. And I don't think we have anybody from the sheriff's office here.
It is correct, though. It is the same
It's the same
package
ones?
vehicle. Yes,
It's the
sir.
same type of vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And we're replacing vehicles that are high mileage, and are they actually in use, or are these vehicles going to be kind of set aside? Because I know you all have a pretty serious decline in personnel. So are they going to be in use on the road, or are they going to be?
No, these will be put into use. I told Commissioner Garrett, I'm sorry, Mr. Guilford, I forgot who asked me, but we're actually we're less than 10 positions short now. So we've actually done some hiring and brought those numbers back up.
Okay.
So these are going to replace aging cars that are in use, and they will be in use.
Okay. The central services, is there anybody here from that team?
Our new director is right there in front of you.
Man, I'm horrible. That's what I get for stepping out. I miss all the fun.
Commissioner Clark, there's already a motion and a proper second on this item.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So when it comes to the process of this funding is coming out of SPLOST, correct?
Yes.
Okay, for these vehicles. And procurement has no issues with the process that's been followed with this?
No.
Come on up. Yeah, come on up. I like Mr. Pinnock. All right, so we got 2 new directors here, both ready to conquer the task of the county. So, Mr. Pinnock, regarding these vehicles, the retrofitting and everything that goes with them, any issues, concerns, or otherwise with the following of the procurement procedures? Anything out of line, out of order?
None. Akins, Ford, Lincoln, Dodge, Jeep dealer is on the state of Georgia statewide contract as an authorized dealer. Their prices are set from the state of Georgia, and we allow ourselves to purchase off of the statewide contract. So these Dodge Durangos fall within that co-op.
Got it. So once we receive the vehicles, then we will retire the other vehicles. Is that the way the process works?
Correct.
Correct? Okay. so that you all aren't short vehicles. That's the way that'll happen. Okay, thank you.
All right, voting, Ms. Bonner.
It's unanimous.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Commissioner.
I do have a question for our new director. I know that you'll be helping with overseeing vehicle purchases in the future. I know you haven't been here very long. Have you had a chance to look at our vehicle purchase policy in regards to how many miles are on them and all of that? And do you feel like that's in line with the current usage we're getting out of them?
It's definitely a part of the 30, 60, 90-day plan that I have, but I have not yet done that, but we will get to that.
Okay, yeah. I think it'd be just a good idea to update the commission on, what our current policy is in regards to replacement vehicles, because, we're looking at, between this committee and another committee, we're looking at almost $1 million in vehicle purchases today. So, as we're talking about shortfalls for next year, it's really hard for some of us to stomach some of these as well. So, just moving forward, I think it would be good to maybe readjust that policy, and even the policy for, the vehicles that are getting taken home and those perks for some of the employees as well. So, but I appreciate knowing that that's part of your 30, 60, 90 day. All right. Next item, Ms. Bonner.
Item number 4, motion to approve the purchase of 11 vehicles at a total cost of $531,620.04 to include the total cost of vehicles at $475,947.04 from Atkins Ford Dodge, total uplifting cost of $55,673 from West Warning Equipment Sales and Service LLC for the fire department.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. And sir, I know that, like I said, I know you're fresh here, so you probably weren't even part of this process when it started.
No, but all these assets have reached their limits. The criteria is miles, hours used, maintenance, repair, cost, reliability. And so they've reached the asset limit, and this is why we're purchasing these vehicles.
All right. Any questions from the committee? All right. Commissioner Clark.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sir, apologies for me not knowing your name. Can you clarify your name?
Sure.
I'm right here. Yeah. My bad. I kind of blended in.
Horace Green.
Horace Green. Thank you, Mr. Green. Welcome again. So can you clarify, so the policy, so that we kind of understand, what are the, I guess, the parameters of determining when it's time to replace a vehicle?
Well, it's policy 303, and I'm going to read it. The replacement criteria is establishing a utilizing point system, which considers miles/hours, maintenance/repair costs compared to purchase price, reliability, and overall condition of the asset. So once that asset hits, using the sheriff's department as an example, once their patrol cars, once they hit 125, we take those out of circulation.
Okay, so all of these have been determined to be over the 125 and probably have some wear and tear that requires them to be replaced out?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the funding for these, if I'm not mistaken, are coming out of the fire funds account, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Chief, can we bring Chief up, Mr. Chair?
Chief, if you don't mind coming up.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon, sir. Chief, help me understand, does your account provide coverage for these vehicles, or are we going to have to add to this?
Yes, sir. No, so this is actually what you're seeing is the combination of 2 budget years that we rolled over to be able to support us addressing our infrastructure. These vehicles have been in service for quite some time, and they've exceeded their shelf life. So we actually rolled over funds from last year and combined funds with this year to be able to address these needs.
Okay, so that kind of scares me just to hear that we're doing that. Can I get the Finance Director, Interim Finance Director up to clarify for me?
Mr. Schreier, if you will come up, please.
Got 125,000 miles on the vehicle.
And while he's making his way up here, I'm going to ask this question. And this may be for you, Tim, I'm not sure. Is this practice of rolling over funds, are all departments able to do that?
With commission approval.
Okay. Was there commission approval for this?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
If the funds are approved late in the year and the orders are not placed in time, and with ordering vehicles, and I can't remember for the fire department, but I know for like the sheriff's department, there are certain times of the year that we can order vehicles. So it does take some time between receiving approval to order the vehicles and actually ordering the vehicles. So carryovers are common.
Okay. Madam Administrator, I got a question. Mr. Chair, I got a question for the Administrator. So again, got a pretty heavy conversation coming up Thursday. Is this tied into that? Is this taken away from anything? How does this fit in?
No, sir, these requests are not taken away from anything. Most of them are SPLOST-related funding. So those were funds that were allocated just for that purpose, replacement of vehicles. And in this case, the chief is correct. Since this is a capital purchase, those funds were rolled over so that he could accommodate these 2 years of replacements.
Okay. Have we, and I guess this is for Mr. Green. Mr. Green, or Madam Administrator, maybe for you, I'm sorry. Are we at a deficit with personnel availability for the department that would take away from this request? Meaning, have we lost a number of people? Do we have the people to fulfill this?
I'm sorry, I don't know. So I'll clarify some of that. So yes, we do have vacancies, largely in operations, but these vehicles are administrative. So they will be put in use as asked previously. So they'll be put in use immediately.
So help me understand the administrative. Is it just so that certain ranks can?
Those that work days. So operations, they work 24 hours, 48, and largely work on our larger apparatus. But we also have administrative personnel that carry out functions for the fire department and for the city that work weekly or daily.
Yeah. And this isn't a situation where we're saying, hey, this is your assigned vehicle, drive it home, drive it everywhere you want to. This is specifically for?
Specifically for work purposes.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that piece as well. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Guilfoyle.
Thank you. Chief.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Green, welcome.
Thank you.
Chief, what account is this coming out of?
I believe the funding account is indicated. I don't have that by memory, but it is indicated. The accounting stream. So it's within our budget, so no additional.
Right, I understand it's within your budget, and then I had brought up a couple weeks ago that I think the procurement director was hearing this, is where we get to the end of the year and people are going to expend their budget out just to maintain it. But if you got funding in that at the tune of a couple $1 million, is that how much you got in there?
No, sir. So for small vehicles?
No, I mean, I'm just talking about the account that you pulling out, pay for $529,000.
The account that we're utilizing is for small vehicles.
Right, because it would be nice to, when you totaled out one of your vehicles, fire trucks, we pulled it out of our general fund to buy a new one. It would be nice if we could be reimbursed, and then we put your money back on the next SPLOST to replace.
So the fire fund, as you know, is separate from the general fund.
Oh, absolutely, I
So
know.
any
You got a separate
funds that are
line item
utilized-
on the millage,
Yes,
on our
sir.
property tax.
Yes, sir. So any funds that are utilized for fire comes from the fire fund.
Okay.
Outside of so it's never taken from the general fund.
Okay. It just, on this one administrative service, we're spending $1,045,684 on vehicles. That's crazy. But anyway, thank you for answering that question.
Yes, sir.
Also, another question. 125,000 miles y'all deemed as vehicles at its end. You got sheriff's department that's out there they still got marquees that they driving, probably 200,000 plus on them, because that's all they do is drive up and down the road to protect our citizens. There should be a fine line, like you said, Mr. Green, where the maintenance is becoming overbearing. That's when you want to get rid of it. But our vehicles are maintained very well. Every 3 months, 3,000, regardless if that thing's no different than the trucks that sit out here in the parking lot. If it's sit there for 3 months and not driven, it's still going to go over there and get maintained, which is odd. We're wasting money that way. It would be nice if we could look at different avenues, how we could extend the life of a vehicle, because a lot of people in Augusta, Richmond County, including one of my trucks, has considerably more miles than that on it, and we still drive it. And it's just about maintenance, and we provide the best maintenance in our shop.
It's industry standard. However, I think it's just a policy adjustment that we need to
Right. No different than the diesel trucks. Diesel trucks don't break in until 200,000 miles. Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Pui.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is for either of you. I'm right here, Director Green. Hi. Yes, sir. Nice to meet you. Does the insurance cost vary depending on the year of the vehicle and the mileage?
It does. I'm not sure how that works, but I can get you an answer and find out, but it does.
Okay. Chief, did you have something to add to that, sir?
Only that when it comes to city vehicles, we're self-insured.
Okay.
So, yeah.
All right. So
Tim, you'll have to correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm not sure that there's an actual fee for that. But Tim.
Chief is correct. We are self-insured. So if a car is totaled, demolished, a truck is totaled, demolished, that fund pays for it. We do not get reinsurance unless it's been in an accident caused by somebody else.
So then, with that being said, there is no variation of costs based on mileage in year?
Not for insurance, no.
Okay. For anything else? Because you said not for insurance, no. So are there any categories that would increase?
For insurance purposes, because we're self-insured, there's no cost as the vehicle ages. For maintenance, that is outside of my realm.
Okay, so all we're looking at is an increase for the maintenance cost of the vehicle.
Yes, ma'am. So with any vehicle, as it age, that maintenance cost, fuel usage increase. So that's with any vehicle. And I think with us, if I'm not mistaken, the newest vehicle that we're replacing is 15 years old. The rest are a lot older than that. So it's just one of those needs that have been gone and have been unmet that we're able to finally address.
So have we done a comparison on what we're spending in maintenance cost versus getting a new vehicle?
So we like other departments, follow procurements or fleets standard when it comes to being able to replace a vehicle. And so all of those that encompass that point system, maintenance, mileage and such is all considered by fleet before we're even able to come to you for those replacements.
Okay. And so there is, Director Green, there's a chart or some type of matrix that we're using to show this is how much we're spending in maintenance. However, if we were to replace this vehicle, this is what the difference in cost would be.
My understanding, there is a scale that we do use, but I'm not familiar with it as of yet.
Okay.
I will get you an answer as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Voting, Ms. Bonner.
It's unanimous.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Item 5, a motion to approve the purchase of one Toro mower at a total cost of $103,221.91 from Jerry Pate Turf and Irrigation for the Recreation Department.
I don't know how to respond to this one.
This one's hard to swallow. I know that this is a tractor that's supposed to be used for the recreation department. Is this a replacement for a current tractor?
This is a replacement. We haven't bought a machine, a mower, since 2014. And there is a piece on the machine, there's a hydraulic piece that is now outdated. So this new machine is double the price of the old one. It's just it's new, it's inflation, it's a whole lot of things. You can't get any of those cheaper than that. I can definitely tell you.
Apparently not in the state of Georgia, since we had to go to Alabama to find this one.
I agree.
But, okay, there's a couple colleagues in the queue, but I'm going to ask this question. What facility do we use this tractor at? Any ideas? Or is the director here that can speak towards this?
Good afternoon,
Hey.
again. So this piece of equipment is used at our softball fields, it's used at any areas that we need mowing. And we have our Deputy Director Williams here who can elaborate a little bit more on the equipment as well.
All right. Afternoon, sir.
This mower, as Director Williams stated, we use on our turf fields, our ball fields, and it covers more ground. We use it to cut areas like lock and dam. Your larger areas, it covers the larger grounds than the normal 64 or 60-inch gravellers that we use.
Okay. And tell me again how big this cuts.
Toro.
It's a 55 horsepower diesel Toro. Toro's Groundsmaster 4000D.
This has this is like a bat wing mower.
Okay.
It has you got a deck on this side and a deck on that side with the same footage that's cutting.
Wow, okay. That's a lot. I sure hope that somehow this saves us some money somewhere. I entertain a motion. Oh, never mind. I still got commissioners in the queue. Commissioner Guilfoyle.
Thank you. $103,000 for a lawnmower to cut baseball fields. I would understand if this was going to be used at the patch where it's all new, sod being put in, everything has to be cut to a certain line, but to be utilizing something like this, I mean, you got different lawnmowers. I was talking with a landscaper yesterday about this. He said, my God, Dwayne, he said, you could buy 10 of them for the money, 60 inch, 72 inch. But for $103,000 that we're going to put out there to cut lock and dam, that's going to have rocks, et cetera, limbs, et cetera, and we got to transport it, et cetera. That's a lot of money. I have never met somebody besides Augusta National that'll pay money like this for a lawnmower. And I think you might need to go back to see if there's any other avenues that you could look at. There's a lot of lawnmower shops around here that has wide lawnmowers, or even buying a Kubota with a bush hog on it if you want to do that, to cut locking down. But to spend $103,000, I can't support this whatsoever. Thank you. And this ain't coming out of SPLOST, is it? That's
Out of capital.
yeah, it's not. Thank you, but
Commissioner Clark.
Thanks, Commissioner Guilfoyle. Commissioner Garrett, sorry. Hey, so I guess for this one, I need some clarity because this is specialized equipment, I'm assuming?
Yes, sir.
So someone has to be trained to even operate this thing?
Yes, sir.
And do we even have in fleet management the personnel to even maintain this thing?
Yes.
So somebody has to be trained, it has to be maintained. If it's not, and we have to replace it, it's another 100,000.
Or more.
Yes, and the current one we have, Commissioner, is 10 years old. And talking with Fleet earlier, Fleet usually, we follow their guidelines as far as hours on equipment. And they usually tell us based on the maintenance and hours, showing what we've spent in maintenance and where we are with hours. And when we get to certain hours is when they will pull equipment like that and deadline it. They'll sell it and then they'll replace it. And this one, I was told we normally deadline it at 1,000 hours, but we have pushed this beyond over 2,000 hours in use.
Yeah. So I guess the question I have, and this is for the attorney and the administrator, so I know we have dual effort. We got engineering that has landscaping that they do as well. They do some landscaping for the parks as well, right?
No.
No? So Parks just only does their, well, contracts support as well, right?
Who does, I mean, you're
I'm
asking.
asking. So do we have contracts that support some of the grass cutting for Parks and Rec, or do they do it all in-house?
No, we do have contractors, sir, yes.
Okay, so I thought so. So are they doing the contracts? Are they doing the fields right now since you all don't have?
They don't handle any of the fields. They handle only our park areas. Our Parks and Rec staff handles our fields.
Yeah. But I know we're about to redo that whole, how we do maintaining of our landscape, and that's including Parks and Rec, right?
It includes some of the staff or some of the responsibilities that include ground maintenance from Recreation and Parks.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So we probably want to make sure that we ensure that whatever plan we have in place, if we have equipment already or otherwise, but right now we're kind of putting the cart before the horse, in my opinion, in doing this because we're about to rearrange how we do that all together. And I think the hardest pill that everybody has is we're saying we're going to spend $103,000 on one piece of equipment, not multiple pieces of equipment. And what's the comps on that? Mr. Pinnock, how many different vendors did you all do cost comparisons on with this?
Commissioner, good question. Since Jerry Pate Turf is on the statewide contract, then we used the statewide contract pricing just to find this one. So it wasn't a competitive bid process.
Yeah. And I think I think for this, it sounds like we should have. I mean, this kind of reminds me of my days in Department of Defense where we were paying $1 million for a toilet. And here we are now paying this because we only went through one vendor for this. All right. I'll ask this for the attorney and then I'll relinquish. Mr. Madden, it sounds like we need to really kind of deep dive into our ordinance for, when it comes to replacing vehicles and equipment. When was the last time, if you know, since we even made an update to that?
We can look into that and get an answer for you, but I follow up on Mr. Pinnock. I believe with the state programming contracts, I believe those are put out to bid.
Yeah.
And then they choose a successful bidder. So there's a bid process. Just they do it, then we work when we piggyback onto that bid
But
process.
are we limited to that?
I don't think we have to go through the state. I think it's just we have a contract with them where we can
Right.
use that option.
And the reason I ask, because there's only one vendor, right? And then we don't have any other options. We're just saying, hey, this is it, and then we got to pay what it is.
That is correct. We could put it out to bid ourselves if we choose to.
Yeah, but we chose not to in this one.
It sounds that way, yes, sir.
Okay,
We'll get back and take a look at the ordinance and see about that as well.
thank you.
Commissioner Rice.
I was just going to, I'll reiterate or piggyback off my colleagues, but is there not any way that we can't shop around prices for something similar but a little bit lower? I mean,
We can and we will do that.
okay, so that,
Can't go back and change it right now, but I will make sure that happens.
just to see if we can look for something that's
Got it.
a little lower. Okay, thank you.
Just curious, do we know how big of a area this tractor cuts? Because I'm over here Googling them, and I'm just curious.
Not right offhand, but like I said, if you got one with a 54-inch deck, you got dual decks, and so you're cutting as opposed to, it's basically like putting two mowers side by side, 260 inches side by side.
I'm looking at a 96-inch for $41,000. Just saying, we could buy two of those. I don't know. This is just wild to me. Have we thought about contracting out cutting these fields? I mean, it's got to be cheaper than $103,000 a year, but especially in regards to the seasonality of what's happening. But anyway, Commissioner Clark, you're in the queue.
Hey, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to disapprove this until we have this conversation for budget. I also would ask that procurement put this through the competitive process to ensure that we're not just relying on only one vendor for this.
Yes, sir, Commissioner. I will also add that while at the state, I wrote the original contract for these mowers.
Mm-hmm.
And I do know the extensive bid process that we went through at that time. Now, I do not know if the department uses other Toro mowers and it's a standardization so their people know how to
Sure.
work on them.
Yeah, I got it.
But we'll get that information.
Yeah, but I know we're about to redo how we do groundskeeping altogether, so I'm making a motion to disapprove this until we go through those processes with the understanding that you all will look for suitable options if we get to that point.
Yes.
Ms. Bonner, there's been a motion and a proper second to deny this. We'll vote. Commissioner Lewis had to leave.
Okay. That motion carries with Mr. Lewis out.
All right, I really hope that's the end of this committee.
It is, sir.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Clerk. I would like to
Yes, ma'am.
call Public Safety Committee to a meeting to order. Do we have an addition or deletion?
No, ma'am.
I would like to consent with the approval of my committee 1 through 100.
Motion to approve.
Second. Without objection?
1 through 4. Yeah, just for the record,
Yeah,
1 through
1
4.
through 4, I'm sorry. I would like to consent 1 through 4, and I think I have
Ms. Rice and yourself, you have a motion and second.
without objection.
Oh, you can? Without objection?
Yes.
Okay.
And I believe that concludes public safety.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Bonner, I'd like to call finance to order.
Yes, ma'am.
Are there any additions or deletions?
No, ma'am.
Okay. I would like to consent number 3. If I could get someone. Okay. Second.
Okay.
We're voting, Commissioner Guilfoyle. I need your vote, though, sir. Commissioner Guilfoyle? To consent number 3. Thank you, sir.
Go ahead. That motion carries with Mr. Johnson absent.
Okay. All right. And we can start with the first agenda item, Ms. Bonner.
Yes, ma'am. We have some handouts for you, apparently. Didn't realize we did.
Not yet. We're waiting on Ms. Bonner to
Okay.
once we passed
I'm
out
sorry.
No,
Item
you're
1
fine.
is, the administrator's proposed fiscal year 2026 budget presentation.
Okay. And Administrator Allen, you are on.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. It brings me no pleasure to present this 2026 proposed budget. Let me repeat that. It brings me no pleasure to present this 2026 proposed budget. However, it is a balanced budget, but a budget that requires some tough decisions. I remind you that we did not get to where we are overnight, and unfortunately, we will not fix it overnight. In the past year, I have not only had an opportunity to deal with Hurricane Helene, but the opportunity to begin assessing the operational details of our organization. Years of escalating cost and deferred revenue increases are finally catching up with us. I continue to look at building the foundation. Again, nothing will stand if the foundation is not stable. Once the foundation is in place, we can begin to build and begin to build up. This is going to involve policy decisions that are strategically long-term solutions. It will require the governing body to make those necessary policy decisions. We will also have to look at the culture of our organization. As you are already aware, we are facing some very significant challenges this year. My goal is to keep this presentation fairly high level today to help you understand the lay of the land. We will dig much further into the proposals during budget work sessions over the next few weeks. We will be distributing your budget books right after the presentation, because I want to have your full attention. Each time that I speak to you about our budget process, I like to begin by reviewing the fiscal core values that guide me in making the recommendations as your administrator. I believe that these values align well with the governing body's goals and our community's collective expectations for their government. You all know this. Everybody should be used to seeing this slide. This is a breakdown of the major fund categories for Augusta. We currently have about 78 funds across these various categories. I want to draw your attention to the top section highlighted in green. These are the general funds, which includes the law enforcement fund. The general fund is what many of us think of when we think about Augusta government operations. Recreation, all of our courts, district attorney, public defender, marshal's office, coroner, streets and sidewalks, planning and development, all of our facilities, all of our administrative functions, and even more to include. All of that is here in your general fund. The law enforcement fund includes our sheriff's office and our jail. The general fund is where you have the most discretion. Again, this is where you have the most discretion to make changes as we go forward, because much of the funding in the other funds is already legally designated for specific purposes. And within the general fund, more than 62% is allocated to other elected officials, boards, and external agencies. I'm highlighting this here to make the point that while Augusta does have a $1.3 billion budget, and I always remind people we may have a $1.3 billion budget, most of the time we are really talking about a small piece of that pie when decisions are made. I know you see the red. During 2025, we as staff have been working to review and adjust our budgets in many areas. And as the governing body have been willing to make those tough decisions we are always talking about. The commission has already taken action this year to address the long-standing deficits in our streetlight funds, update our fees for our garbage collection fund, and even today, you're considering changes to our employee health benefit rates. Not easy decisions, tough decisions that have lingered on for a number of years. For the fiscal year 2026 budget, however, we face an extremely tough year. Certainly among the toughest I have seen in my 33 years in this organization. Coming into the 2026 budget, we faced a $26 million gap. I repeat, $26 million gap between our expected revenues and our expenditures. Even after an initial round of budget cuts, we still face a deficit of $21 million. As I was discussing this budget with staff yesterday, one of them said, "Ms. Allen, the house is on fire." I want you to know, during the years and this year alone in 2025, many rooms were on fire. We just really didn't catch it all until now, and we see the whole entire house is on fire. Because that is a good metaphor for what we are dealing with. We have to confront the reality we are facing and develop a strategy. Again, strategize. Not be reactive, be proactive, develop strategies that will take us to the next level. Develop a strategy that does not just balance the budget, but again, puts us on solid foundation. So I want to walk you through these numbers and my recommendations for closing this gap. One question, or a number of questions, but the biggest question is, how did we get here? Although I hope it is not a surprise to you at this point to hear that we are facing a deficit, because you probably heard me say it a number of times that we need to make tough decisions, whether it was at our budget retreat, whether it's at some of the presentations that we have, whether it's the presentations that our interim finance director has presented. We have sounded the alarm in 2025. But you're probably very alarmed by the number I just showed you. And I'm sure you are asking, how did we get here? Though it may seem like all of these issues are hitting us all at one time, again, they did not arise overnight, and we will not solve it all at once. As we have been discussing since the 2025 budget process, we are dealing with challenges that have been many years in the making. American Rescue Plan, Augusta was fortunate to get those funds, but guess what? We can't use those funds in 2026 to take care of our budget deficits. Inflation versus deferred revenue increases. The severe inflationary pressures that affect our residents have also driven up our costs as well. So the goods and services that have increased, the pricing increased for them, it increased for this government. Our revenues have not kept pace with continued adoption of rollback millage rates and deferred increases to many fees. Although these decisions were intended to avoid burdening our residents, I know it was good intentions, the cumulative impacts are now forcing more drastic increases to maintain our operations. Rising healthcare costs. As we are discussing in another item today, one major area of increase is the cost of healthcare. That's not just in Augusta, that is a national trend. But it affects both employee benefit costs and medical costs for inmates in our detention facilities. For employee benefits, actual costs grew 41%. 41% between 2018 and 2024. But we have not adjusted rates in that time. Even with the path forward to correct contributions, healthcare costs are a significant hit to our bottom line. Sheriff's Office. I can finally give you a piece of good news. Finally, an item that is actually positive. Our Sheriff's Office has made great headway in filling its vacant positions, bringing in more than 125 new personnel during 2025. That has been possible in part due to the recruitment and retention pay plan you approved during the 2025 budget. We said at the time that those costs would likely not fully hit us until 2026, and that is the case. But now we need to absorb those costs and adjust our lapsed salary calculations, and you'll see that later in the presentation, because of the reduced vacancies. The good thing is, one of the things that we learned from our survey, everybody wants the public safety, and everybody had ranked the Sheriff's Office as the #1 thing that they wanted to see. And that is what this is supported. And the sheriff has done an amazing job in filling that. Now I'm going to dig a little more into the specifics of the 2026 general fund. Let's start with revenue. The primary revenues in the general fund include sales tax, property tax, fees for services, franchise fees, and license and permits. I'm going to highlight the most significant changes here. For our ad valorem taxes, our property taxes, we are projecting a modest natural growth of about $575,000 for the general fund and $263,000 for law enforcement. For our title ad valorem taxes, our vehicle taxes, we are projecting an estimated increase of $636,000. We continue to see very positive year-over-year trends in our local sales taxes. For fiscal year 2026, we are increasing projected revenue by $1.6 million for the general fund and $3.7 million for our law enforcement. As noted earlier, the most significant change in general fund revenue for fiscal year 2026 is the expiration of our opera funding. Roughly around $7.4 million in ARPA funds was used to balance the fiscal year 2025 budget for the very last time. These funds are not available for 2026 and must be replaced with other revenue. The net result is a roughly $4.6 million net decrease in general fund revenue, with an offsetting increase in our law enforcement revenue. On the expenditure side, in general, most department budgets for fiscal year 2026 were held at fiscal year 2025 funding levels, except for the changes I'm going to highlight. And I will say, the department directors and elected officials have been great partners in working with us and trying to make sure they at least presented a flat budget from 2025 for 2026. Finance department analysts carefully reviewed the budget lines to reduce underutilized accounts and reflect the actual cost of ongoing contracts and utilities. They have already made more than $5 million in reduction. to the requested budgets. But the proposed general fund does include needed increases in several areas. So you will see that they've done a great job, and I commend our finance department for going through and scrubbing the budget and finding $5 million of savings. First, as just mentioned, we need to absorb the sheriff's office salary increases that you approved in 2025, for 2025 budget, totaling roughly about $2.6 million. In addition, since the number of vacancies has been drastically reduced, which of course is a great thing, the lapsed salary savings that helped balance his budget at one time in previous years must also be reduced by a little over $3.1 million. The Sheriff's Office continues to pursue grant funding that may help with new personnel costs, but we need to build the listed costs into the budget for 2026. These new personnel also increase our costs for health benefits, software licenses, gasoline, uniforms, and other costs, which are reflected in other budget lines. As we also just discussed, even with the proposed changes to employee contributions, Augusta budget for healthcare will increase an estimated $2.5 million for law enforcement and just under $2.5 million for the rest of the general fund to reflect the cost trends. Augusta employees did not receive a cost of living increase in this year's budget. The proposed budget includes a 3% COLA for 2026, which carries a projected cost of $1.3 million for law enforcement and $1.75 for the rest of the general fund. This increase is partially offset for the general fund by an increase to lapsed salary projected savings of $1.5 million. Now, some of you may say, why provide a COLA? In this year, and in the many years that I've been here, I've seen that Augusta has some great employees. And if this organization wants to retain and or recruit good employees, you're going to have to be able to be more competitive with every other agency. And every other agency has it built into their budget. Now, you also say we have people that's not performing. Guess what? That falls on us, because the management needs to hold those people accountable and do what they need to do to address those issues. So do you make the other employees who are performing and doing a great job suffer because other people are not performing? Granted, we probably do have some of those that are not, but that's when leadership has to do their job and make sure they're holding people accountable. Accountability plays a major role in how this budget looks and how Augusta proceeds forward. Again, that's also a cultural change. We have to change the mindset of how our organization has been operating. Rising costs for health care also affect medical care for inmates at the Charles B. Webster Detention Center. And with escalating food and supply costs, the fiscal 2026 budget includes a net increase for prisoner costs of just under $1.5 million. Continuing with other major items, in our recent 2025 millage rate discussions, the governing body chose to absorb a projected $10 million operating deficit with our fund balance. We would not know the true final total until the books close for 2025. But under our approved fund balance policy, we must allocate at least $1 million to begin rebuilding fund balance in 2026. That, of course, is our policy. The Georgia General Assembly approved a 6th Superior Court judge for the Augusta Judicial Circuit during the last session. Both the district attorneys and public defenders' offices will need to create new trial teams to staff that additional court docket. We met with both the district attorney as well as the public defender. The total anticipated cost of these new personnel is just about $841,000. The costs for the Superior Court itself are offset by savings from the changes made this year under HB 85. Earlier this year, the Commission directed us to develop a proposal for a new unit focused on improving the appearance of Augusta's vegetation and our public areas. The fiscal year 2026 budget includes $350,000 for a new vegetation and grounds maintenance department, which would combine existing staff and contracted resources from multiple departments into one group. I think that's what you were referring to earlier, Commissioner Clark. The requested funding will support a new director and provide initial funds to expand either contracts or in-house crews to address our unmet needs. In addition, funding that was added mid-year to the 2024 and 2025 budgets for median maintenance will be built into the fiscal year 2026 budget. Vegetation and grounds maintenance is one of the items we will discuss more in depth at an upcoming work session. Finally, the fiscal year 2026 budget also reflects anticipated or actual cost increases for various operating expenses, including fleet maintenance contract, outsourced payroll and HRIS, software licenses, electricity, gasoline, and the 2026 elections, among others. Those cost increases total about $1.7 million for the general fund and about $2 million for law enforcement. How do we address this deficit? Which is a big question. So I know I just threw a lot of numbers at you, but here's the bottom line summary. The table shows how the increased costs I just mentioned break down between the general fund and the law enforcement. As you see, we have more costs on the law enforcement side, but you also have a better revenue situation to help address that. On the general fund side, we have both new costs and a significant revenue loss to absorb. After our first round of cuts, we are left with a net deficit again of the $21 million. Now the question is, what do we do about it? Here's my recommendation, and again, this is just a recommendation. This is basically to start the conversation. I have not taken the recommendations that I'm providing to you lightly, because we're facing a very serious funding gap. And in some cases, I've considered whether even more drastic cuts are needed. However, in keeping with our fiscal core values, I'm attempting to bring you a plan that is sustainable over the long term. Again, this is a starting point for a discussion. New revenue. Nobody wants to hear this. The big one up front, this balanced budget includes a projected county M&O millage rate increase of 2 mills, from 6.277 to 8.277. This increase would generate approximately $16 million in expected revenue. I know many of you may have stopped listening to me right then. I know you did, Mr. Guilford. But please hang in there with me as we'll return to this in a moment. Next, as mentioned, the Finance Department has already implemented more than $5 million in reductions to the departments. I have asked all general fund departments, including elected officials, to model a further 3% cut to their fiscal year 2026 budget. The reality is that a cut at this level will likely require cutting some field positions, as well as operating costs. I have also asked departments to review their fee schedules to ensure that they're updated and in line with our peers. Many of our fees have not been looked at for a number of years. These updated proposals are due back to Finance on Monday, and we will be discussing the impact of these cuts on service delivery during our budget work session. Right-sizing HCD, transit, and RCCI. The Housing and Community Development, Transit, and Richmond County Correctional Institution departments each receive significant support from our general fund. For HCD and Transit, this support is in the form of transfers to their respective enterprise funds, while RCCI is a general fund department. The proposed budget includes significant reduction in this support, which will be accomplished by reducing staff and operational scope. Again, we'll discuss this further during upcoming work sessions. Our non-government organization, better known as our NGOs. Augusta supports a variety of non-government organizations and outside agencies. In some cases, Augusta is required by law to provide reasonable support, but has the discretion, please listen to me, has the discretion over the dollar amount. In other cases, Augusta support is fully discretionary. The proposed budget includes a 30% cut to all discretionary funding for NGOs and a 10% cut to funding for outside authorities and mandated agencies. Now, that's not to say that these agencies or authorities are not doing great services for Augusta, because they are. However, everybody has to take this hit. Finally, the proposed budget reflects the increased employee contribution rates for healthcare benefits, as proposed by the Finance Department, which we hope you will approve later today. So as you can see, the slide puts the dollar values to those items I just mentioned. I want to draw your attention to the red line item at the bottom of the slide. If you accepted all the changes I'm recommending, and boy, I think we would set a record if you accepted it all and we just approved the budget today. For Tuesday, we approve it. Yeah, I know, that's wishful thinking after today's discussions. So, if you accepted all the changes I'm recommending, we would actually have a projected $4.5 million left over. In an ideal world, just strictly from a financial perspective, you would accept all of these changes and we would use the additional funding to help rebuild our fund balance, which we expect to take a major hit in 2025. We would also be in a much stronger position heading into our fiscal year 2027 and beyond. However, I try to be optimistic, but I am realistic. I know that you may have a lot of hesitation over the millage rate increase proposed. A 2 mil increase would still leave us 2 mils under our tax cap, but it will be a departure from our recent continued adoption of the rollback rate. I also understand that you may hesitate to take a 3% cut from our public safety agency, like the sheriff's office, which would make up about 2.3 million of that across the board cut. We also don't yet have the full picture of the impact these cuts will have on our service delivery. Because as you know, once you make reductions in staff and personnel, it actually affects the service, how the services are going to be delivered to our constituents. And if they're not happy with it now, I don't know if they're going to be happy with it when 5 or 10 people may not be working to provide those services. So it's a lot of things that we have to take into consideration. So that $4.4 million that you see are funds on the table to give us room to make changes throughout your budget deliberations. I also want to address some challenges we are facing in other funds, which are totally separate from what we have just discussed for the general fund. In our fire protection, the SAFER grant that has helped offset personnel costs for fire in recent years will expire in April 2026. The same inflationary and healthcare cost increases discussed for the general fund also affects the fire protection fund. In addition to expenditure cuts, the proposed budget includes millage increase of 0.42 mil for the fire protection rate for suburban and 0.7 for the urban services. In our utilities, water and sewer fund, utilities is proposing a rate increase of 5.5%. This rate increase is slightly higher than we did this year to reflect inflationary impacts on operating costs and increased maintenance and repair costs following Hurricane Helene. We will ask them to present this request in more detail at an upcoming budget work session. And the garbage collection fund is in balance with the new rates recently approved by the Commission. After further updates during the budget process, we believe we do have a path forward for funding the other services like demolition, vacant lot maintenance, and mosquito control. But we would have to look at a proposed change in the garbage collection fee to an environmental services fee for fiscal year 2026. And keeping with the fee's original purpose, again, we will have to discuss this in more detail as well. Speaking of work sessions, we have identified some tentative dates for us to dig into the details of the proposals I've just highlighted. We are looking at holding work sessions on October 23rd, November 4th, and November 6th as a starting point. We are also attempting to find an additional date during the week of October 27th. As mentioned, some of the topics to be discussed in more depth will be those recommendations for overcoming our deficit in the general fund, the proposals for vegetation and grounds maintenance and environmental services, the proposed water and sewer rate, and consideration of the impact of the proposed cuts. We can also schedule additional work sessions as needed to address your questions and concerns. With that, here are the next steps in our budget process. Everything I've discussed today is included in the transmittal letter in your budget books, which are about to be passed out to you. Again, I've tried to keep things high level as an introduction today. We again will be going over this in more detail at our work sessions and throughout this process. I know I've given you a lot of information to digest today, so I don't expect a lot of discussion. Hint, hint. Hopefully, you will look at it, take the books home, go through it, get your questions together, and during those work sessions, we can have more discussion. With that, I will ask that, again, you accept this as information until you can review the data that we'll be providing, and we can have further dialogue at our future budget work sessions. That concludes my presentation, Commissioner Pulliam.
Thank you, Administrator Allen. For your presentation, I do have 2 colleagues in the queue that have questions, despite you saying that you would like to wait for further dialogue. Since I do have 2 colleagues in the queue, I myself have two questions, but I'll give them a chance first. Commissioner Guilfoyle from the 10th.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Administrator.
Yes, sir.
12 months ago, you came before us, and it was a challenge then. You had some of my colleagues say, go back in the back, come back in 35 minutes and figure out how to fill this void. I do want to say one thing. Even though this is not a pleasant budget session, and it just got worse 30 minutes ago while you was doing your presentation, because I think we were thinking it was going to be $10 million shortfall because of the people that was spending ARP money that was used for salaries, one-time money, that's going to be going on forever until the employee retires. We knew that was going to happen, but we was trying to find every which way to overcome it, and it wasn't without resistance. I do want to say I appreciate you bringing this forward, because you and the intern director has been doing your homework. You ain't sugarcoated it like the years past that I've been on this floor where we got plenty of money. Well, I think Scott Hudson said it perfectly about 2 months ago when everything started hitting this commission, this county, this city, is that the chickens come home to roost. And that's exactly what happened, because what this ARP money that was spent 4 years ago during COVID times should have never been spent. That was $83 million of COVID money that we ain't got nothing to show for. And if somebody has something to show what it was spent on, which we could see a return or whatever, I would love to see it. But this ain't going to be an easy next couple months. Kind of give us an idea. I'll guarantee you Tim's got it on the tip of his tongue. You proposing to raise the millage by 2 mills. What is that to a $100,000 house? $60?
Oh.
I mean, the median price house has gone from $100,000 to $200,000.
Okay, 200,000.
Two mills would be about $150.
I just wrote out a big check today for some of my properties here in Augusta, yeah. But Administrator, I look forward to working with you during this budget session. We got to get down, it's only $100,000 we got to find to get $21 million. It would be nice, have you reached out to all the other elected officials for them to, again, they watching us, every year they watch us, but we on the front line, the lowest paid employees of Augusta and Richmond County got to make the hardest decisions here. Have you reached out to the elected officials to see if they could look through their budget and see if they could participate and help reduce this exposure?
Yes, sir. Everybody, all departments and elected officials were asked to do the same reduction.
Okay, beside the 3%.
We did that at the very beginning of the budget process and budget discussions. We asked them to work with us in coming back with at least a flat budget. And I will say all of the departments and elected officials worked with us on that.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Madam Administrator. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Guilfoyle. Next, I have Commissioner Garrett.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Permission to address the administrator?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. First of all, on your next steps, November 4th is Election Day, so it may not be a great day to have a public town meeting or a work session. So just throwing that one out there. Also, in regards to, I know some of these questions will get answered later on, but Commissioner Guilfoyle just asked about the other elected officials coming back, and I think he was trying to ask if they were on board with doing a 3% cut, but I think you said they came back flat, correct?
Well, the 3% cut was requested after the original budget proposal went out, the information. So that information is due back on Monday for the 3% cut.
Have you heard of any pushback from any of the other elected officials on doing a 3% cut?
I have not heard any pushback. I've heard comments that it's going to be very difficult, but I've not heard anybody come back and say, to me that they can't do it. I have heard them saying they are looking through their budget to see what they can find.
I just went through this exercise in my daytime job, and in that county, we were asked to do a 5% cut. And every department except the sheriff's office was able to do it. I'm hoping here that will be the same attitude, that we're not only asking for a 3%, but I would push for a 5%. That way we don't have to look at raising people's millage rates by 2 mills next year. That is something that I cannot get on board with, is raising taxes on those that do continue to contribute to this this county. And that's one of the questions that I often get is, what is the percentage of taxpayers versus non-taxpayers that are in Richmond County? And that's a hard question to answer, and I'm not sure if we have that data or not, but I think it's definitely something that we should look at. Even as we're looking at this process of going through, we heard an update from today from the library. Even that category of the NGO, they fall under it. But I don't think you see anybody up here that wants to do away with the library. So I think taking that approach of all the NGOs have to go, I think we really need to look at what the definition for an NGO and the ways that we support them really looks. I'm actually kind of surprised by the number of the NGOs. I really thought it was more than that. I think you had $800,000 listed as potential savings there, but I'm fairly certain there's more there, right?
That's with the 30%, the recommended 30% for the discretionary and the 10% for the authorities in the remaining groups.
And in regards to some of the authorities, some of them were built with the mindset that they would eventually become self-sustaining. I think a lot of those are past that threshold, but yet we still continue to support them. I think that is definitely something that we need to take a look at, and especially even if it requires some deep digs back into those early conversations around the way that they were built. I know there was a time frame for quite a few of them that they were supposed to be self-sustaining. So I think this is a good way to, I don't know how I can make this analogy, but take them off the bottle. So, and but really, as we're looking at all of this and this information that you just gave us, I mean, you know, even looking at some of the other fund increases, the fire protection, the water and sewer, I mean, these are all impacts to our citizens, and many people out there are on fixed incomes. I mean, I have received more calls in the last 3 weeks over the $45 streetlight fee than I have about any other issue in my 7 years up here. And so, you know, when you start hearing from these people who are like, hey, I only have a certain amount of dollars. You know, one lady talked to me, she goes, I had to make a decision whether to pay that bill or to go buy groceries. And I'm like, so, you know, these are tough conversations that we have to have, and we have to really keep in mind who we are truly impacting, and that is the taxpayers. You know, the fact that we haven't raised insurance rates since 2018, all I can say is wow to that one, because anybody who can say that that is not a fantastic benefit of this government, that is probably undertold. There's nowhere in this state that you could go work right now and pay insurance for a family for what it costs the employee. Nowhere. I compared when I went and worked for another county. It was double for the same insurance. But the fact that we have not taken those steps, and frankly, a lot of that is because we weren't told those increases weren't happening. I mean, I've been up here for 7 years. Last year was the first time that I heard, and it was from Tim that told us, hey, we haven't raised insurance in this many years. But, you know, we've made changes over the last year or so in regards to some of the old information that this commission was receiving in regards to what the actual status was for this county. We're going to continue to make those changes. We're going to continue to make sure that we're making physically responsible decisions. We're going to make sure that the taxpayers are getting a return on their tax money that they pay each year. We're going to make changes to make sure that they can ride down their street and not get hit by weeds that are growing. We're going to make changes to make sure that their trash is getting picked up when it's supposed to. These are things that we are trying to do, trying to get those basic services in place that are required and needed. Sheriff is doing a great job being very active in the community in regards to helping stem the crime that seems so rampant. You know, the amount of releases that we get through our emails in regards to things that are happening in this community, it's sad. But sometimes I wonder if the culture of our community doesn't follow the culture of this commission and this government. And culture change is needed. You know, you talked about that. We've all talked about that. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner Garrett. I have Commissioner Clark. I do want to slide my 2 questions in before. They're really not questions, Administrator Allen, more so request. I know that we are having some sessions coming up. I'd like to have a detailed breakdown of the ARPA funding and how it was spent. And I'd also like to know what's left in the reserve, because if we just threw that money away, I would like to see that. And then my next question, well, this is a question. As far as the survey is concerned that was mentioned, is that the survey that we were given a presentation on that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that was the same survey that reflected about 0.3% of our total population?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So when it was said that we gave an increase to a department based on that survey, why would we have chose to do so if it was only 0.3% of the total Augusta-Richmond County population?
No, ma'am. For clarification, I didn't say that the increase, because that was done way before the survey.
Okay.
The
okay.
survey, I'm saying it reflected the support for what you guys had done during the 2024, in 2024 for the 2025 year budget.
Okay.
Which is what has happened for us to do, for the sheriff's office to be able to do what he needed to do to retain and recruit. And if you talk to anybody in Augusta, I think all of them would say public safety is the key. And
Absolutely.
That's their priority.
Absolutely,
So
and I agree with
That's what I was
that.
referring to, not that was based on that. No, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. So I definitely agree with that. I personally have told the sheriff, thank you so much for the work that he's doing and the difference that I see even in the community that I represent as their commissioner. I hear less gunshots, even where I live. And that's truth. But I also want to make sure that when we're using the survey for anything, we just make it known that it was only 0.3% of the total population that responded to that survey. And some people didn't even know what district they lived in. Because I think that's important to know when you're discussing even, how we support certain entities or where more funding should go to. 0.3% of a total population is not a lot. So I just want to make sure that we look at that. And then my other question that I would like more information on is when we talk about the new grounds maintenance, and I know we're going to go into more detail about that, but I want a true read of what the contracted employees, or not the contracted employees, but the contractors that we may have to pull in, what the cost for those contractors would be. So just some numbers so that we can actually bring more clarity to that when we start having those discussions, and we can do a true comparison of what it's costing us now versus what the estimated 350,000 plus, like what is that plus amount going to be for those contractors? Okay, thank you so much, and thank you again for all this is hard, really hard, and I see that. So thank you so much for the work that you and Finance Interim Director have put in, and everyone else. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Allen, I think it goes without saying, we're very fortunate to have you and the team that's working on this. So thank you for just being uniquely transparent with giving us the facts, no chaser. I got a couple questions. So, and I know we're going to deep dive into this, but I just wanted to have this to kind of go forward when we get ready to have our conversation on Thursday. For the 3% cut, does this include removal of the positions that were paid for with the ARP funds? Has that been considered in this?
Those positions have already been removed. Yes, sir. Those have already been taken care of before this.
So they've already been removed?
Yes, sir.
From this point?
The only position that was approved and the governing body approved when Mr. Doss brought up the position that he needed to be full-time, that was the only one that we actually absorbed.
Okay. So out of all those positions that we created out of the ARP funds, only one remains.
And it's not necessarily remaining because it's not being paid by that, but yes.
Okay. For the right sizing, I know we said those three departments. Have we considered other departments as well that we need to look at either right sizing or absorbing into other departments, such as DBE?
I would say we were going to look at all of them.
Okay.
When I first came on board, Commissioner Clark, I did an operational review with all of the respective departments that fall under the governing body. Some, I will say, probably don't have enough staff. Some may have too many staff. Some may have too many that's not really doing some of the things they probably need to do.
Yeah.
So we'll be looking and taking a deeper dive into all of that in 2026. Our priorities are those three departments because those are the three departments that the general fund provides subsidized funding to support. So that's what we'll be looking at in regards to those departments.
Okay. Yeah, because I know we have, some departments that are, have duplications of roles and otherwise. I hope we're taking all of that in consideration.
Yes, sir.
Just across the board.
Now, I will say, too, and just full transparency, I'm one of those that like to look at comps and what other agencies are doing, what's best practices, what's the benchmark, what's industry standard. You know, it's very hard to compare us to other agencies.
Sure.
Because it's not necessarily apples to apples.
Yeah.
I have done that with some of our consolidated agencies. But I think it goes back to the culture and what we've established here as what is acceptable by the governing body. What is the accepted policy? When you talk to other agencies, some of those don't have some of the same things that we have had in place. When we consolidated as a municipality and county, you know, the thing was we're going to reduce the number of head count. I don't think that ever took place.
Right.
And then we continuously inherited all of that over all of these years. And so now we still, I'm not saying that some departments didn't trim down, but I'm not sure if everybody actually looked at what's the necessary head count to meet the needs of what your department is supposed to be doing. And have you really done an assessment of your organization? And no, I don't think any department can say I hadn't asked them that.
Yeah.
Because that is just something, that's just natural business processes. Look at what your organization is doing and what do you need to make it efficient.
Yeah.
So we are looking into those things.
Well, and I appreciate you and the team's diligence in, you know, trying to ask and trying to be, you know, a partner in this. But I think we need to make it abundantly clear. And I think it's been clear, but it's been really kind of muddied as far as who's the fiscal responsible entity for Augusta Richmond County. Because right now we have a culture of misconception. We have a culture of folks that are, I'm an elected official, so I can dictate how I move my budget up and down, however it goes. And that's been an accepted practice. But it's also been something that we've had to continue to try to find a way of sustaining. And I think at the end of the day, it is the responsibility of this body to ensure that we set the tone appropriately. Right now, we're the ones that have the abundant, heavy responsibility of determining what is right or wrong for Augusta Richmond County. So last question, do we have a policy about how we do NGOs?
Each of the respective NGOs had to actually apply for those funds. And this year, in the agreement, we asked that they present KPIs as part of their model. That was the first time we've asked that.
Yeah.
And I think we've had previous discussion when we did the presentation on a non-government organization. We've had our financial advisor actually review and ask, to look into whether other agencies did that.
Yeah.
Other agencies, to previous discussion, it's not that they don't necessarily do it. A number of them don't. A number of them say we want to make sure that we have what we need for our core functions before we provide those funds to other agencies that are outside. But there are some that do minimally do it, not to the tune of 7.7 million like we do.
Yeah.
But, Savannah and I think it was Athens Clark, they have a competitive process, but they cap it at 1 million. So it's competitive each year. And you have to apply, and they have people that review it and make recommendations. So it's not, I think over time, ours, and it's been, again, a lot of these things happen over time, where groups have come in, made presentations, great presentations, do great things for the community. And it was just accepted practice policy to continue those respective allocations of the respective funds to those agencies.
Yeah, and I think it goes back to what Commissioner Guilfoyle was saying earlier, making motions, making decisions off of emotion, as opposed to looking at the sustainability and what that does to carrying that burden. 840,000 is the recommendation of how we're going to take a hit in that, or a reduction in that?
Of course, this is the governing body's decision, but in all actuality, I want to be fair, give them time, because of course, many of them may have already started their budget process.
Yeah.
And if you cut people too much without the necessary notification, that could be worrisome or problem to their organization. And it's not our goal to do anything to harm them in what they're doing, but to give them enough time to actually adequately plan for those decreases to their budget.
Yeah, and I hear you and I receive that, but now we're saying that we're looking to put that burden or that buffer on our taxpayers' backs to carry, because we don't want them to endure a burden. You see what I'm saying?
I totally I totally see what you're saying.
And I think one thing that I said clearly, and I'm going to stand with this, before we do any increases, any further increases to property taxes or otherwise, because we haven't made any increases to property taxes, but we've made some increases to lights and trash and otherwise. But before we continue mounting this on the backs of the taxpayer, we need to take a harder hit at this. I think we need to be a heck of a lot more aggressive with some of these items that you all are proposing. Some areas, I think we need to relook how we're going to do it. I know we're going to deep dive into this on Thursday, but the NGO piece, just that list alone, there's some that are fundamentally just services. And we need to appropriately place those in the categorizations that they belong in. If they're a service that they're providing, then they need to go through the procurement bid process. They shouldn't be on a separate list because we think they're cool or we love the services that they provide. If it's a service, we need to categorize this stuff appropriately. And if we're duplicating services or programs that we have, we also need to do a gut check on those things as well. So I'm gonna put it out there clearly that I'm gonna be looking for us to be a lot more aggressive in some of these areas because it's just, to me, it's not fiscally responsible. And we put ourselves in a situation where we have $7 million, over $7 million that are going out to various things that most people don't even know we're paying for. And most people don't even know the ROI we're receiving on it. So if we're going to right size, if we're going to level set things, especially according to our policies that we have, because right now, some of this stuff, we're not even following our own policies. And we just need to really kind of clarify this. But I'm going to ask up front, and it goes where it goes, to my colleagues, check your emotions at the door when we go and have these conversations. Because right now, we're up against the status of how we sustain. And unfortunately, like we were as kids, and we thought money grew on trees, and mom and daddy had it because they had that checkbook and they can just whip it out. If you don't have the capital to support this, then what the heck are we talking about? So I'm looking forward to Thursday, but I'm looking forward to also having some really hard discussions and making some necessary decisions of how we move forward. But I appreciate you all greatly, Ms. Allen. I cannot say enough about you, the team, Interim Director Schreier as well, just really kind of pulling the curtains back and revealing what it is. Thank you.
Next is Commissioner Scott, District 9.
Thank you, Madam Chair. May I ask the administrator a question, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Administrator Allen, on slide, I think it's 13.
Look where the house is at.
Yes, ma'am.
Under garbage collection, what's the difference? It says consider changing garbage collection fee to environmental service fee. What is that?
That would
What's the
actually,
difference?
I'm sorry. Right now, it is called garbage collection fee. So when it's identified as a garbage collection fee, it brings to question the utilization of those funds for anything else that falls on environmental services. When it was first established, that fund was titled environmental services fee. I'm not sure how it changed over the time, but it was the environmental services fee, which was supposed to be allocated to those various other items as well, but that did not happen. So it changed through the process and became the garbage collection fee. I hope that answered your question, Commissioner. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Commissioner Scott, but yeah.
I'm just trying to see, but the service will stay to change, or will you have flexibility to do something else under the environmental service fee?
Yes, ma'am, you will have the flexibility to do additional things.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Commissioner Garrett.
I'll make this one much briefer than last time. 2 points. I heard this comment a long time ago, and it kind of rings true, especially in regards to how we need to approach this budget conversation. If an NGO cannot function without government money, then it's truly not a non-government organization. And I'm just going to leave that one out there. And
Only source of funding.
also, as we're looking at departments to right size, I think there's one more that we probably need to add to this list this year, and that's our HR department. Even on your expenditure changes on page 9, you put on there where we've outsourced payroll and HRIS. Those should be at least a break even instead of an additional cost to this government. I mean, those are two fairly large parts of that organization that we need to take a look at. And maybe payroll is not in HR, it may be in finance.
Yes, sir, it is, but we will look at that as well. And we've had discussions, and I've had discussion with HR in regards to making sure it's right-sized appropriately what they need to perform, and we've had those discussions.
But I mean, even in regards to the outsourcing of a lot of those things, I think that's where we need to consider looking at as well, because I said I was going to keep it brief, so I'm going to stop there.
Okay. Next, Mayor Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. May I address the Administrator with
Yes,
your
sir.
permission? Madam Administrator, thank you so much for sharing this information. My first question, I'm going to talk about employees because I believe strongly that one of our biggest assets we do have in the city are our employees. I noticed there's a 3% cost of living adjustment. Now, I am aware that many other communities have merit increases. How do we provide extra incentive for employees that are going above and beyond their normal work duties?
That's a good question, Mr. Mayor. I think we start here first, because most of those other agencies that do have the merit increases built in also have a cost of living increase automatically built in as well. So most of the agencies that we've looked at have the cost of living increase. But I think the concern becomes whether or not people are actually performing, and that gets to the merit increase part. We've done that before in the past, years ago, and what we found, it was very subjective. And we had so many complaints, and I'm not saying it couldn't work, but we had so many various complaints from employees saying that there was favoritism, that, this supervisor didn't like that one because of certain things. And it just got to be non-productive, and it just seemed like you were giving certain people certain dollars that were not associated with any of the respective performance increases, performance-based anything. So it got to be very hard to manage at that time. That was years ago, of course. I'm just reflecting back on years ago. So that's why they did away with it. It was called performance increases, which was pretty much the same as a merit increase.
Is there any opportunity to perhaps re-implement that as part of, I know we have some challenges because I believe that the employees that are doing exceptional work deserve the opportunity of earning more without a promotion. Is there any opportunity to at least consider that?
Yes, sir, we can look at that as well.
All right. And then lastly, I noticed that not only are you proposing or suggesting or presenting a two meal increase, I often hear from many of our most conservative citizens, any fee increase is a tax increase. When I look at on slide 13, as Commissioner Scott reminded me, looking at the first two items, fire protection, 0.42 mil increase for fire protection and 0.7 for our urban services. That's actually a tax increase. Water and sewer, 5.5% proposed. That's actually a tax increase. We are and have been bombarded with complaints and concerns about not only the garbage collection fee, but the streetlight fees. So with this proposed budget, we're asking for more. I'm in agreement with some of my colleagues on this commission in that we just need to work a little harder on our side, on the expense side, to do more cuts. And I don't know where that leads us, but I'm certainly not, in favor of asking the taxpayer to pay more without us doing more. So thank you for this presentation. We have a lot to chew on, and we're looking forward to the meetings in the next stage. Thank you so much, Madam Administrator.
You're welcome.
Madam Chair, thank you.
Okay. It looks like we are out of the queue, so we can receive this as information without objection. Okay, and second.
Commissioner Pulliam and commissioners, I would like to thank, of course, Finance Department, as well as the administrative team I mean, we have stayed up nights, weekends, and everything to bring this proposal, even though I know it was a lot to chew on today, but they have done a lot of work to bring this information to you today. So I want to thank them for doing such a great job.
Thank you, Administrator Allen. And thank you, Finance. Ms. Bonner, if we could move to the next item.
Item number 2 is to discuss and set employee contribution rates for the health benefit plan for fiscal year 2026.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Okay,
I'm gonna
that's
give you the
okay.
ones that
Is
are.
that right?
Yes, I have a handout.
I was going to say interim Director Schreier, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you.
And thank you for the purple books. That's my favorite color.
That was Rachel's color. Good afternoon again. Following up from our meeting 2 weeks ago, we came back, were asked for a couple of questions about healthcare costs, have those answers, but I just wanted to do a quick reminder of why we're here. Open enrollment begins November 1st. So if we're going to make any changes to the employee premiums, we need to make that decision next week. Premiums have not been increased in 4 years. We're making a proposal, since 2018, the proposal today is to increase premiums at a minimum level over 4 years. If we have cost increases over above our projections, the increases will go up. We're increasing our deductible for hospital costs to $500. And because our retirees pay a rate based on what their employees pay, that will also change. One of the questions that was asked is, where do we compare? And we compare well with other organizations. I will put this caveat on there. We received and we requested pay scales from all these organizations. And what I did is just basically took the lowest pay scale that we had, because while they had titles to some pay scales, we don't know how they compare to ours. So I just said, what's our base pay rate? And we're in the top 3 out of 6, so we're right in the middle. Just as a reminder, this was the proposed pay scale from 2 weeks ago. It was a flat for all employees, basically just to make sure that we're starting the process of increasing the employee premiums. Another question that was asked was, can we change it to reflect an increase based on salaries? So working with our health insurance consultants, we came up with three buckets or 3 bands: 0 to 50,000, 51 or 50,000 to 100,000, and over 100,000. You can see the employee counts where most of our employees are right in the middle. Yeah, I know this is small. Basically, we did apply that to our HMO plan and our POS plan. I did find out we do not have any employees enrolled in the PPO plan. So that was one thing I was not aware of. And then also to our dental plan. So this is just how the increases would affect the employees. I think the next page is going to be a little bit easier for everybody to follow. Based on the changes, now this does not include the initial change. This is just the changes between what we proposed 2 weeks ago to today. As you can see, in Band 1, our lowest paid employees, their contribution is going to be smaller, while in Band 3, the contribution by those employees is going to be larger. So we did shift the cost to the higher paid employees. The middle employees, that's the same rate that was proposed before. Another question that was asked was, how does this affect our employees? Again, picked our lowest paid employees just to make sure that we weren't eating up the entire COLA by increasing their insurance premiums. As you can see, $31,605 is our lowest salary amount that we pay. On every case, the employee would still come home with more money in their paycheck. Actions we need for today and future actions. Today, we're asking that you adopt the proposed rates for medical and dental plan and increase the deductible to $500. Going forward, starting in 2026, we'll have these hard conversations. If we need to increase the employees' premiums beyond the scheduled rate increases, we also need to look at our plan structure. We need to change the benefit types. Do we change the plan types? Do we increase our coinsurance rates? And do we increase deductibles? Those are all discussions that we can make to help defer and shift some of those costs from the government to the employees. But with that, I'll open it up for any questions.
Okay, thank you for your presentation, Interim Director Schreier. I have a question, and I also have colleagues in the queue. Go to slide 7. I believe that's right. What's that? This is the option we were discussing as it pertains to each band having a certain percentage increase? Because I know we talked about several options. Is that what that is?
This is basically taking the increase that we need for this year and shifting it between those 3 bands. Okay. So the increase for a single employee, for a lower paid employee in Band 1 is going to be less than an employee in Band 3. So we're just shifting the cost between the employees.
Okay. So actually what I'm seeing is in Band 1 is a decrease.
From the original proposal, yes.
From the original proposal, okay.
I tried this morning trying to figure out how to get this on the screen without getting it so convoluted, but.
No.
So, yes.
Okay, but what is the increase to what they're currently paying? That's on which one?
We do some quick math, so that's about $12. So the annual increase for an employee in Band 1 and the HMO employee only would be $170 per year. And I'll have a schedule for you for next week if that's, so I can just lay that out a little bit better.
Okay, so their healthcare cost is going to increase by $170 a year?
Approximately, yes.
Okay.
No increase.
Okay. Commissioner Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Tim.
Yes, sir.
One day administrator was doing her budget that you had put together and compiled. I used the term sugarcoat, and I'm going to use it again. over the past, since 2018, you know, it was brought up last year about the medical expenses, you know, the health care costs. Over the past 7 years, it went up $17 million. And I started, you know, asking questions. 78% of it is paid by the taxpayer. 22% of this health care is paid by the employees. I was looking at the comparison chart that you gave me to other organizations such as Columbus, Athens, Clarke, Macon-Bibb, Columbia County, and Henry County. Henry County, I don't know how they're doing it, but their cost is very low. Can I put this up on the screen, Natasha, Jeff? How you like that?
For Henry County, I can tell you the cost is very low because they have a high deductible.
I was fixing to bring that up, sir. It's a $5,000 deductible.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so if we're going to be looking out for the employees, not all employees utilize our health care. They pay for it in case emergency comes up. And underneath this first line, you know, if you look at Columbus, their deductible is $2,000, $4,000 family. Athens, Clarke is $1,750, $3,500. Augusta, Richmond County is $300, $900 family. And then you look at Macon-Bibb, $2,000, $6,000. Columbia County, $1,250, $3,750. And then Henry County, $5,000 and $10,000. So the people that doesn't utilize the health insurance is going to be paying more under this Augusta Richmond County plan. Our deductible is very low. So if we have any employee that could go to the drugstore and buy something over the counter, they go, let's just go to the doctor because, heck, it's a low deductible. If we raise our deductible, I noticed that you had went up to $500. Only if you go to the hospital.
Yes, sir.
If you get put into the hospital.
Yes, sir.
And I had said before, and I said this to you before, if any recommendations, you know, that ever came from staff is to benefit the government people, employees. And this is how we got where we're at today. Whoever actually started this health insurance, hey, we're going to look out for the employees, which is great. I highly recommend that. But let's make it fair. You know, when we originally started discussing this, I was thinking 60-40. And I had, you know, majority of the colleagues going, yeah, 60-40 would be a good sway. But after looking at these deductibles, that's, I believe, would be the best benefit that we could give to our employees by raising that deductible to where it's just not like going to Walmart instead of going to the doctor. $500, you know, that's if you get put in the hospital, but other than that, it's $300. Is that correct?
It's $500 for hospital. If you don't go to the hospital at all, if you just do your primary care visit with your co-pays, there's no deductible. And that was implemented several years ago.
Okay. So how can we deter people from utilizing the doctor for simple things? Cold, allergy, cuts, et cetera.
Well, we do have the wellness center for our employees.
It's not, but let me back up. $17 million in the past 7 years, the medical has gone up. We self-insured.
Yes, sir.
It's not working. Would you agree?
I've not looked at what a fully insured plan would cost. I don't think it would be any less.
Right, but if we raised the deductible, would that lower our exposure from 47 million, and hopefully people would buy over-the-counter medication? I might be thinking wrong. You help me out with this, please. I know you and I are not doctors by any means.
It's a philosophy of what do we want to provide our employees?
That's correct.
Now, if we want to raise the deductible, we sure can. I guess because of the late date, I would say let's look at that a little bit harder in 2027.
Kick in the can.
I understand that, sir, but we're also looking at this. Our employees have 3 weeks for us to implement this. They have to make this decision November 1st. So I understand that. We did talk about that, and decided not to go with that. We can raise our deductibles. We can change our plan types. It's just, I guess my philosophy is if by having a good insurance policy and allowing our employees to go to the wellness center or ease to get into see their physician, we eliminate the need for them to go to the ER, which is horrendously expensive. And if we save 2 strokes or 2 heart attacks a year, it's well worth it, because those are hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Let's put something in perspective, Mr. Tim. 7 years ago, our medical cost was $30 million. Today, it's $47 million. Another 5 years, what's it going to be? 55?
More than 47, that's the only thing I can
That's
guarantee.
correct. So you got to come up with some kind of solution or some kind of process. I think it's way above my pay grade, is to try to figure out how to get people to utilize the wellness center, how to utilize buying stuff over the counter. And I know that we don't want our employees to lose their primary care doctors. That's number one, because people with ongoing issues are going to need to make sure that we stay with them. But we got to be able to reduce the exposure somehow, because every year it's going to go up. So, you know, if we wait till next year, hey, we got another problem. I just think, I don't know who you had a discussion with to raise the deductible if you go in the hospital to $500. I think by raising the deductible, you could actually reduce the fees, the monthly charge, no different than what you have like in Henry County. I mean, that's low, but it only affects to the people who utilizing that policy. And we have a lot of people that that is no longer employed with Augusta Richmond County that's on our health insurance at the same cost. Is that correct?
No, sir.
It's not?
As I previously stated, if you're in the 45 or 49 plan, I apologize, I don't recall, because you did not, if they did not participate in Social Security, they cannot be on our they cannot join Medicare. So they remain on our health insurance plan. Our policy and our benefits state that once you turn 65.
Hold on a second. Okay.
Once you turn 65, you're basically kicked off the active employee plan, and you're required to go to, if you want our benefit, you're required to go onto Medicare. And then we have a Medicare supplement, which is a fully insured plan, which is outside of this.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Guilfoyle. Mayor Johnson, you were next in the queue, sir, but if I could just quickly ask this, because Wellness Center was brought up. This still includes us having the Wellness Center. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so employees do have that option. Do they have that option to go to the Wellness Center even if they opt out of our insurance?
They do not.
Okay, so you have to have the insurance in order to be seen at the Wellness Center.
Correct, because we wanted that benefit of reduced costs from some way to reduce our insurance exposure by shifting those costs to the Wellness Center, which is much more controlled cost.
Okay, all right. Thank you, sir. Mayor Johnson, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Interim Director Scherer, I just have a question regarding, I know we're self-insured, but who is the healthcare consultant or provider that helped us derive these numbers?
Epic is the company name.
Epic. Were they consulted, and I'm where Commissioner Mayor Pro Tempore Wayne Guilfoyle is, were they consulted about other paths to perhaps decreasing the cost based on raising the deductible?
Yes, sir.
They were?
They were. They pushed back hard on that one.
So did we ever think about competing this for other companies that could perhaps help us to look at ways to drive some cost out of our healthcare costs?
Epic was procured through an RFP, and I'm not sure where they're at in the contract cycle. They're either in the 4th or 5th year, I believe.
All right, is there any way, Madam Administrator, we can get the details of where we are with that? Because I know healthcare costs are always rising. It's always an ever-changing industry. If there's ways that we could look at to where we could, as I mentioned, increase that deductible to lower some costs for the employees instead of asking to give them a 3% cost of living raise and then take 2% back based on increased healthcare costs, that'd be phenomenal. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. Commissioner Scott, you have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you. Madam Chair, may I ask the attorney a question, please?
Yes, ma'am.
If this, just going back with Mayor Johnson, if this was if we had a RFP go out and the company was awarded this, and if it's not what we want, are we asking that we look at going to another company? Or I just didn't understand.
Is that question directed at me?
Yes, please.
Yeah, you know, private sector, they're always competing their health benefits through several companies and consultants. And it's almost an annual process to where they give either employees the opportunity to increase their deductible, lower their deductible in order to control cost. Just some of the basic services that's offered, because healthcare costs are increasing. And you look at any way possible to try to help control those costs through different means. You know, some healthy employees may not go to a hospital or doctor or have prescriptions, and they may elect to have a high deductible to keep their costs low. And I think a model like that will certainly benefit the city of Augusta if we're able to adapt to something like that.
Okay, I guess, so you asked.
I mean, if I may, that is one of the proposals, one of the suggestions we're making. So right now we have two plans, HMO and POS. So we're suggesting let's model what would some other plans be. Do we offer a high deductible HCA plan? How would that work with our population? We have a aging population. Hopefully it'll be starting to get younger as those of us that can and looking forward to retirement can retire. But we do have to look at that, and that is one of those issues we've been talking about for a while, and we just need to get that push or directive from the commission saying, let's look at different plans. We need to figure out what's the best combination for Augusta.
So what would it take from this body to authorize you to go to Epic or whoever, say, hey, can you give us some different plans that offers lower cost alternatives or higher deductibles? What action do you need from this body to do that?
If that's the will of the body, we can go forth and do that. That's just never been direct. We've not been focused enough to, or we have not been focused to do that. Or so if that is the will of the body, we can sure reach out to them and say, for the 2027 open enrollment, we want several options for our plans. It's just, at this time, we can't do that and come up with full plans with 3 weeks.
I understand that.
Thank you. Madam Commissioner from the 9th, I answer your question? Okay, all right. Madam Chair, I yield. Thank you.
Okay, I have Administrator Allen in the queue. Administrator Allen.
Yes, ma'am. So to Mr. Schreier's point, we have looked at, what else can we do as it relates to the healthcare costs. I think the time has put us against the wall as it relates to making that decision with the open enrollment coming in on November 1st. Normally, our open enrollment is actually takes place in October. But for us to make these recommendations and changes brings us to November the 1st. And so we're definitely looking at the respective plans and looking at what other municipalities are doing. We've already had that discussion with Epic that we're going to have to redo our plans, definitely to make sure that we're doing a better job with it. Again, that is one of the things that does attract people to Augusta, Richmond County. However, we do want to make sure that we are being fiscally responsible as it relates to the constituents paying most of those benefits. So we are planning to look at that, and we will be doing that. I know me and Tim were talking about the 1st of 2026, and Tim said, no, man, we'll start in December. So he realizes those are some of the things that we will be looking at in regards to bringing back a proposal to make sure that we have better plans, not only for our employees, but also for the constituents.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. Thank you for that information. You've given us several options. So in your opinions, if you can give your opinions, Administrator Allen, as well as our finance interim director, which one is going to be the best overall, because we have to choose one of them?
My recommendation would be go with the revised plan based on salaries for the increases. The net effect to the organization is the same. We basically built it so the increase would be the same. We're just shifting which employees are paying for it. So that would be my recommendation.
And if we don't do this, if we don't go for the increase and we stay how we are, how is that going to affect
If we do nothing,
the government?
If we do nothing government-wide, it will cost the government, based on current projections, at least $1 million. So we're shifting the cost share to employees. We're shifting at least $1 million of cost share to the employees from the organization. And that is a 4-year plan to get us to the 78%, 22% allocation that we're supposed to be at.
Okay. And Administrator Allen, where would that $1 million come from? Where would we absorb that?
That would be another one of those situations that we'll have to decrease something in order to balance that out. So the budget was developed to include this approval, this respective approval. So it includes, and I referred to that in the budget presentation, it actually includes us approving these new rates.
Thank you. Do I have any other questions from my colleagues? Can we push this to, well, we're gonna make a final vote on it at full commission, which is next week. So can we push this to full commission? Because us making a recommendation now is us making a recommendation, but can we not discuss this as a full commission and vote on it on next week? Administrator Allen or Mr. Schreier?
Yes, ma'am, we could do it next week.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So that gives you more time if you have more questions for interim Director Schreier or the administrator. And then we have our budget session on this Thursday, so we can further explore any questions that we may have. Commissioner Guilfoyle?
I make a motion to approve what the intern director, Tim, stated on his recommendation, do it in a stair step based on salary.
Could he repeat the motion?
Tim, repeat it, because we had brought it up 2 weeks ago on doing a step based on the employee salary. The lowest employee gets charged less and goes up from there. So make the motion and I'll.
The motion would be to adopt the revised premium plan based on employee salaries based on bands 1, 2, and 3.
Thank you.
I second. And Ms. Turnley. Sir. Certainly. We're voting, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, we're voting.
No, Ms. Johnson is not here. Ms. Yeah, let's see what we have. That motion fails with Ms. Pulliam voting no and Mr. Johnson out. Okay, it will go with no recommendation.
Okay. And that concludes finance. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Madam Clerk, sorry. I'm going to bring Engineering Committee to order. Are there any additions or deletions?
No, sir.
All right, so pertaining to the stated agenda, I'd like to consent the following. I'm going to consent number 2 and number 7, number 5, and number 6. And let me know if I'm going too fast, Ms. Bonner. Number 5 and number 6, we're going to move those back to next committee.
Okay.
So,
Next committee,
yeah,
okay?
we're going to.
Right.
Wes is here to talk about it. Wes is here to talk about it. All right, so just consent in number 2 and number 7, 5 and 6 are going to next committee.
Yeah, we'll add those to consent to add. Push over.
Yep.
Okay.
All right, we're ready to vote, Ms. Bowler. Committee members, any questions, any concerns about any of those that I called? And a motion, got a second? Second. All right, Ms. Bowler, we're ready to vote.
Mm-hmm. That motion carries with Mr. Johnson out. Mm-hmm.
All right, Ms. Bonner, let's go with the first one.
Item number 1, approve contract amendment with Tron.
All right, I know we got Director Bynes up front. Director Bynes, give us a skinny on this one.
Real simple, the Itron contract was RFP'd. That's the meter vendor that does the electronic record and transmit devices. In order for us to submit paperwork for GFA for some money for the project, we had to amend the contract to include Buy American, a couple of federal provisions that were required, and Itron was fine with that. So we've already awarded the previous contract. This is just an amendment prior to us going through with the loan requirements for the package.
Any objections from the vendor?
No, none at
Itron?
all. Very common. Itron's a very large vendor. They see this all the time.
Yeah, it looks like Mr. Pinnick is gone. Just to clarify that there was no issues on that side. Madam Administrator, any issues with this piece?
No, sir.
All right. All right, got a motion and a second. Ms. Bonner, let's vote.
That motion carries with Mr. Johnson out.
All right, next one, Ms. Bonner.
Item number 3, a motion to approve the portion of Dogwood Terrace apartment consisting of 722 feet at Boat Drive as shown on the plaque to be used by public to the extent that no substantial public purpose is served and that removal from the county road system is otherwise in the best interest. Further, that this action is subject to engineering recommendation and the mayor is authorized to execute any documents
Okay.
necessary.
All right, thank you, Ms. Bonner. It looks like we have some question and concern about this particular agenda item. I'm going to ask Commissioner from the second, Commissioner Pulliam, if you can weigh in before we bring in our parties that want to further discuss.
Okay. I actually have a constituent in the audience that has a question, just in regards to, she wants to understand the layout of that. May I call her up to ask her question? She's going to be asking it to the Housing Authority's attorney.
Okay, who's here to present on this? Is there anybody from the Housing Authority, or, sir, are you representing the Housing Authority? Okay. Attorney Madden, any issue bringing the attorney representing Housing Authority up?
No issues. This is Chris Cosper. He is the Housing Authority attorney here in Augusta.
All right, thank you. Mr. Cosper, if you could just introduce yourself, who you represented, sir?
Christopher Cosper. I'm an attorney at the Hull Barrett Law Firm and attorney for the Augusta Housing Authority.
All right, thanks, Mr. Cosper. Go ahead, sir.
Oh, I was on.
He was just going to
Oh, he was going to
get the
answer
question. Yes, sir.
Okay, but I thought you said someone had.
I do. She's in
Okay,
the
so if we can go
audience.
ahead and
If
bring
she
her
could
up.
come up,
Ma'am,
sir.
if you can say your name and your address, and then render your concerns that you have.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
No problem, thank you.
Arvella Robinson, 1136 Neelyville Road.
All right, thank you, ma'am, for your patience. Go ahead and tell us your concerns that you have with this motion.
I was hoping that the contractor would have a layout of the
Let's
road
see.
and everything.
Let's see if we have it in the. We do have a layout in the packet. It's the last page of the agenda item. Yeah, can we put it on the screen so that she can reference? We're going to put it up so you can reference.
I don't think the attorney can answer these questions, though.
Well, that's what he's here for, and that's what he gets paid the big dollars for. So let's see if he can come through in the clutch for us. Yeah, he's waited a long time to give you these answers that you're looking for. So let's see if he can do that. Yeah, no pressure. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
My concern is that Dogwood Terrace sits right behind South Neelyville. We have First, Second, and Third Avenue.
Okay.
And Boat Road, he's doing a roundabout in there. And we wanted to know, they're saying that they would not have First, Second, and Third Avenue in the new Dogwood Terrace area. But we don't want to be blocked out. How are we coming in and how are we going out of there? I think on the contract is saying we could take an option of go to 15th Street, 15th Avenue. And why should I have to leave 2nd Avenue, go 3 blocks, go around to get to Old Savannah Road? That's our concern, that we want to go in there and come out of there. We do not want to be blocked. We cannot go into Dogwood Terrace. This is our concern.
Yeah.
Because we don't want to, we can't go through Dogwood Terrace. We have to go around to get there to get Old Savannah Road. And that's is our concern. Are we blocked out of Dogwood Terrace because we're sitting behind them?
Okay, so I guess the question is, are there any concessions that can be made that would prohibit the local residents surrounding that area from being blocked out?
I don't know.
You couldn't tell me.
You called it. You called it. You said he probably didn't know.
I believe what's going to happen is it's all going to be fenced off. It's all going to be demolished.
Yeah.
They're going to reconstruct the mixed income housing. I believe the roads will be dedicated back to the public.
Yeah.
So I would assume that would resolve our concern.
Yeah. And this is one of those situations where when it comes to development, trying to make sure that the constituents understand what the impact is going to be or limitations or otherwise. You would know probably better than most, Commissioner Pulliam. Was this openly discussed with the constituents, the residents that live surrounding this development?
Yes, so this went through, to my understanding, it went through planning and zoning, and there were several, even in our booklet, it talks about how Mr. Freeman actually discussed it with some of the individuals after the planning meeting. And he may need to have further conversation with Ms. Arvella Robinson, right? Because I say Ms. Arvella all the time, and I don't want to be disrespectful.
Yeah, that's all.
Okay, yes, he may need to have.
Go ahead. Yep, you're good.
Okay, just wanted to, so Mr. Freeman may need to have further conversation, but this has been ongoing. This was happening before I even got on the commission.
Yeah, I'm with you.
So these public meetings that happen for Dogwood Terrace and the project that's going on with Dogwood Terrace happened before I even got up here. So yes, there's been open meetings and there's been, input, and that's why it came before planning, and he did answer some of the questions. So Ms. Arvella's question is very specific into making sure that they're able to come in and out, and if the attorney is not sure on that plan exactly on whether or not those streets will be opened back up, I'm sure Mr. Freeman is, because that's typically the person that comes to present to us.
Right.
I'm sure he's more than willing to answer that question and give her a clear picture. He's always very open to that.
Ms.
We don't mind about the roundabout, but we don't be round out about. You know, we don't be rounded out. We don't want to have to go take a roundabout, way roundabout to get
Yes,
in
ma'am.
there.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
you're saying you're blocking us out because we are a community-bound community. Because with new development coming in, we are looking for homes coming in there. And they are coming through, they have to come through my neighborhood to get, you know, to Ollie Road or whatever, you know. We don't
Yes,
want to be
ma'am.
blocked, we don't want to be blocked out.
Yes, ma'am.
You'll be the roundabout, but that's don't round us out.
Let me ask you this. Were you included or did you know about any of the community, public meetings that they had discussing the development and the project?
Well, it's the one we talking about over Carrie Mays. The picture wasn't clear, but you know, the light bulb that came on.
I got you.
And at this end here, we see that where we are out, South Nellyville is out, and the plan is for South Nellyville to be in the plan of the new development
Right.
of Dogwood Terrace, a new development. This is where we're standing now.
Okay. So I know we're missing some essential folks that's a part of this conversation. So I want to see if I can get a motion to move this to full commission without recommendation so that we can also request for Housing Authority to have their folks here with our other correspondent folks to really have a more robust conversation. And we can get some more clarity to this. And get a motion.
So moved.
Can I get a second? Well, sounds so enthused there, Commissioner Guilfoyle. All right, got a motion and a second, Ms. Bonner. We're going to vote to move this to full commission without recommendation. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Again, been a long day. Thanks for sticking with us. No, thanks for sticking with us. Look, make sure you annotate appropriately that bill that you're going to give them for the time spent. All right. Madam Clerk, let's go to the last one.
Item number 4, approved purchase of new bleach production cells for Denora, Texas as a sole source procurement.
All right. Director Byen, just clarify to us about this item specifics.
Absolutely. So at the water plants, we have two kinds of bleach. One is a 12.5% sodium hypochlorite, high strength. We then have bleach generators, which convert saltwater brine to low strength, 0.8% sodium hypochlorite. They're just like a pool cell, except they're about from me to you in size. They have electrodes on the end of them. They wear out. Rather than replace the entire unit, we're replacing the electrodes at about 10% the cost. Because it is a manufactured product by a specific vendor, parts aren't interchangeable. It's a sole source procurement. Talked to Director Pinnick about it and told him I would handle this today. I know he had to leave when we were discussing it, but it is the only manufacturer that makes it. My only other options would be to replace the units, and we use this every single day.
Yeah. My question, I guess I have on this one. So are we ordering enough that gives us, like, the amount that you're ordering now, how far does that carry us?
So we were ordering two of the electrode cells for the unit, which covers the current operating unit. We replaced the one at the Messerly plant with a separate unit last year that we're piloting, have had good results, and we took the electrodes from it and salvaged those for the other plant. And so as a result, I have 2 units, 2 operating sets of cells. I don't have a backup necessarily. It's not something that you would replace. These are about 10 years old. They just don't go bad that often, but we're getting to that point with their production is dropping off.
Okay, so we're being preemptive in this one to try to replace them before they do go out.
Oh, certainly.
Yeah, okay. Committee members, you all have any questions or concerns about this? I mean, all right, we got a motion and a second. Let me ask you this, though. If we ever ran into a situation where this company decided to, go out of business or otherwise, what then?
Typically, on a company like this, is Denora's a very large company, their assets will be bought by other people. They've accumulated these companies from a variety of smaller manufacturers. They would be divested into another agency, which we would then purchase from.
All right, thanks. And we have the funds coming out of utilities to cover the costs on this.
Yes, we do.
All right, got a motion and a second. Ms. Bonner.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Director Bynes.
That motion carries with Mr. Johnson out.
All right. That brings a close to engineering. That's everything.
Just for clarification, we have our strategic planning meeting on Thursday, and the next Thursday we'll be meeting and talk about budget work session. Just wanted to clarify that.
So we're going to change the one for the election date?
Yes, sir, we will look at that, but I'm talking about just for I know we talked about this Thursday. This Thursday will be strategic planning. And then the following Thursday, we're looking at the budget work session.
You have us scheduled for 3 hours for that day?
For which one?
Thursday.
This coming Thursday, it is from 9 to 2, I think, 9 to 4.
Oh, okay, so
Yes.
5 hours. Yeah.
Now,
Yeah, okay. All right, thank you.
you're welcome.